Good afternoon, everybody. Look, it's Kingston, Jamaica, via courtesy of C Jamaica via Reuters. You're looking at Kingston, Jamaica right now. We are here to bring you an update on Hurricane Melissa as it approaches Jamaica. Just turned on the volume. You can see conditions not so bad in Kingston right now. But things are supposed to deteriorate in Jamaica. The current forecast has a landfall on Tuesday. We're going to show you some updated forecast information. And the next, you know what I should put on the screen? The next update, the next major update is in 2 hours and 17 minutes from the National Hurricane Center. We want to do this. 17. Boop, boop. Update. Okay. What if I do this? Okay. New forecast update in 2 hours and 16 minutes. Hold on. Let's put this there. So appreciate you being with us. We're going to give you the latest updates here. Oops. Just make sure we're all working well here. And hold on. Going to be taking your comments on the air. But it is a Category 4 hurricane. Oops. Looks like they lost their comments on the air. For the moment, they lost their signal. Well, when we get it back, we'll go back to it. You know, there was also a briefing. We're gonna watch. There was a short while ago. There was a press briefing in Jamaica, which I also want to take a look at. So we'll be looking at that as well. I want to show you the radar. I want to show you the satellite. I want to get your comments. Look at the new models. Ooh, I might have another camera. Hold on. Let's see. I might be getting another live shot. New offer. What is that? That doesn't really help us. Hold on one second. Yeah, I have another thing I can put on the screen too. I just want to see, what does it say here? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're supposed to get another live cam coming in soon. So let me actually get ready to show you that as well. Once I get the other live cam shot, I'll show you. But I just spotted that we're supposed to get another one coming in. For some reason, I'm looking at the radar, Jamaica radar. It seems to be having an issue. But here is the satellite. Look at this. Here is the satellite from Tropical Tidbits. Oops, that's not what we want. We want this. First of all, we have the Jamaica cam back. There is the Kingston Jamaica cam. So we'll keep an eye on that. We will be keeping an eye on the Kingston Jamaica cam. But you can see right now, there's rain. Nothing, it's not crazy right now. Yeah, Zipper said that the track has shifted slightly to the west. Yeah, I saw your message, Zipper. So, you know, Reed Timmer had posted about this a little while ago, and he mentioned that the new HWRF model actually had the storm missing to the west. We'll talk about that more. And then I think, if I remember right, Zipper, you had mentioned that the latest model of the CMC, the Canadian model, had it going more west. So we'll have to see if that's a trend today with the models in general. Are models going to start projecting that it's going to go more west than it's been thought the last couple of days? It's a good question. I don't know. We're going to have to see what the other models say. So we'll look at some of those models. I'll show them to you. Hang on a moment here. And I'll be keeping an eye on other models as they come out. And we'll see, you know, in 2 hours, we'll get a new forecast. I'm guessing that's something that the National Hurricane Center will talk about in their new forecast in a couple hours. I'm going to show you the satellite shot in a second. Okay, let's look at the satellite. Let's look at the satellite, and we'll get into it. We're going to get into everything. And we'll keep an eye on the live cams. Here is the satellite from Tropical Tidbits. Right here, tropicaltidbits.com. Scary looking storm on the satellite. Look at this. Look at that. Wow. Look at that eye. Look at the eye. You can see the storm is south of Jamaica right now. Again, that is from tropicaltidbits.com. You can go there. M says that is terrifying for sure. Paul S. says the calm before the storm. Oh, did the National Hurricane Center do a live today? I didn't even know that. Yeah, I might show some of that. I'll have to look at it. I'll have to check it out. I want to maybe show some of the press conference from the press briefing they did in Jamaica as well. The National Hurricane Center did an update 3 hours ago. It was like a 5-minute video. We might look at that at some point. All right, so clearly this is a very dangerous storm. And how about the aircraft recon? Aircraft recon in storm. Now, this plane is in the storm. And let's look at this. This is from tropicaltidbits.com. Now, I'm not a meteorologist. I can say that the plane that's in the storm now got a reading. It got an extrapolated pressure reading of about, man, that's hard to really say. Maybe 940. Looks to me like maybe 943 or something. Does it say? Let's see what it says here. Well, that says 945.9. But is that the old one? I don't know. The official pressure in the last National Hurricane Center update was 946. That blue line to me looks like it's below 946. But I don't know. And then over here, this is the estimated surface peak wind speed. and they got an estimate of 115 knots, which would be that would be 132. So there's some fluctuation expected in the storm. It's possible that it's the last official wind speed was 140. It could go down and then go back up. I'm going to show you what the National Hurricane Center said about that. So to my utterly amateur eye, I don't see. Now there was a lower pressure over here, but that was a couple hours ago. This is like 9:43 or something like that over here. Anyways, to my utterly amateur eye, there's nothing that screams out that it's gotten much stronger than the last update. But again, I defer to the experts on this. Sometimes, you see these readings on here where you see wind speeds or much higher wind speeds than you saw before, or much lower pressures. At least here, it's not apparent to my utterly amateur eye. Again, the National Hurricane Center has said that there's fluctuations expected. The National Hurricane Center actually said that after rapidly intensifying, it had for the moment leveled off in terms of intensity. I'm going to show you what they said, but it could strengthen further. But again, that plane is in there right now, and you can follow that on tropicaltidbits.com. Is the radar working? Oh, here's the radar. Hey, look, there's the radar. So that is from, let me make that a little bigger for you. That is from Jamaica, and what you can see, I feel like compared to yesterday, there's a wider band of heavy rain, wider bands of heavy rain on that north side of the hurricane. See that yellow and orange area? That's wider than it was yesterday, it looks like to me. Now, also something to notice is some of those heavy bands are starting to move over eastern Jamaica. I mean, you're getting rain in different areas, but you see what I'm saying? That even some of that yellow in here there's Jamaica right there. Joe thinks the radar will go down eventually. Well, I hope we have it for a while. It's 5 miles an hour, I believe, is the current speed. It's a slow-moving storm. Ladina thinks these rapid intensifications are becoming a trend now. Confidence in God says it looks like a tight spin. Okay, so that's the radar. Let's look at Grace thinks slow moving is a trend. Let's look at the actual latest update from the National Hurricane Center. Now, in 2 hours, they're going to do a big update in about 2 hours. Okay. And let's look at that and let's hear what they had to say. We'll talk about some of the new model runs coming out too. But you can see they say, oh, by the way, thanks to our moderators. Let me just thank our moderators for a second. Thanks so much to Beth Mythical, who is moderating right now. Thank you so much, Beth. Hold on. Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, Mick Bridges, and Sarah are all moderating over on Twitch. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. And thanks to our Facebook moderators too. Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes, Kay Lowry Body. So let's just go over the basics here. Again, 140 miles an hour, Max sustained winds category 4, moving at 5 miles an hour to the west, pressure 946. The lower the pressure, the stronger the storm. Here is the cone. Do this. Forecast track. Now, right now, as of the last, I don't know if this is going to change. I mean, this track will get updated in 2 hours. But for now, you can see it says that it'll be there. It's supposed to be a strong category 4 with 155 mile an hour sustained winds at 8 a.m. Eastern on Tuesday. Now, this forecast could change. That is the current forecast. I believe that track is a bit to the west of what it was yesterday, which the more west it goes, the better it is for Kingston. Get it further away from there. Kingston is the biggest city in the capital. Obviously, it could be worse for some places. I mean, as we discussed a little while ago, a couple of the new model runs have it missing to the west. That would be fantastic, but I mean, you still get, even if it just missed to the west, you get some very severe impacts. But we'll have to see what happens. That's the current forecast track right there. And again, this is 8 a.m. Tuesday. Something not good about that is there's been some uncertainty on how fast it would get there, and maybe it could make landfall on Monday. That doesn't seem to be the case right now. And the longer it takes to get there, the longer it might have time to dump rainfall and strengthen. JT says more west is bad for the whole island. Well, but the thing is this. The storm surge will be worse to the east, closer to the storm. So if it gets far enough west, then Kingston will have less storm surge. If you're right next to it on the east side of it with this storm, you're going to get more storm surge than if you're far away on the east side. Eventually, the farther you go away, the less that storm surge will be. So the idea is that Kingston is right on the water, and also the farther away, so if it's running up the west side of the island, that's going to be better for Kingston than if it's running just west of Kingston. But it'll be worse for other places. I'm just talking about Kingston. Not because every place on the island is important, but Kingston is the biggest city. The population of is 2.8 million around there of Jamaica, and I think Kingston is like 1.2 million. Or is that metro? Actually, I might have been overdoing it. Maybe it's about 1 million. Kingston, Jamaica. I thought it was 1.2, but I guess I misremembered. Oh no, Wikipedia says the population is according to Wikipedia, the metro Kingston population is 1.2 million. That's metro Kingston. You can see some different numbers. I saw another one which says more like 1 million. But you get the idea. I mean, it's a lot of people there. Oh, I gotta show you the updated the rain forecast as well. Was this updated? So I will say this though. As the track has shifted a bit to the west, more of Jamaica on the east side is now in the heavier rainfall area. See what's happened since yesterday? the track has shifted a bit to the west, I believe. So what's happened is the rainfall predictions for Haiti and Dominican Republic are a bit less than they were yesterday, a lot of them, even though they're very serious for some of these parts. But now you have a bunch more of Jamaica in that 20 to 30 range. The dark purple is 30 plus. So that's an issue about it moving to the west, is that you're getting some areas in Jamaica that might have more rainfall than otherwise. But you can see that, I mean, look at that, just eyeballing it, it looks like at least a third of the country is in 20 to 30 or 30 plus inches. And Kingston would be, if I have my geography right, Kingston would be in the 20 to 30. Yeah, because Kingston's like right where my pointer is, right there. Then you have the 16 to 20 in eastern Cuba here. Isolated 16 plus down here in Haiti. I believe yesterday there was some spots in the Dominican Republic on the map yesterday that were 16 to 20. But as the track has shifted a bit to the west, again, the rainfall generally, the more intense rainfall has shifted a bit to the west. So we'll have to see, this will get updated as the track is updated, as the forecast is updated. But the next update, actually, according to the map, the next update will be in an hour and 55 minutes. 21 UTC is 5 p.m. Eastern time. So when we get the next National Hurricane Center update, you can see the clock on your screen, at 1:55, hour and 55 minutes, we'll get the new map. They're going to come out with a new rainfall map. So we'll be able to see that. Cynthia Masters says, 30 on flat land is different than in the mountains. Yeah, I mean, mountains, you could have water rushing down the mountains, collecting in certain, say, creeks or, whatever you call it, where the water is running down a specific area. You could have water, fast rushing down, collecting in certain channels. Yeah, that could certainly be dangerous. Gemini AI points out that mountains make flooding worse by causing rapid runoff due to steep slopes and impermeable soils, leading to quick rising flash floods. I should pull up the map here. Let me pull up the Jamaica map. Hold on. Jamaica is a very mountainous country. That's a quote from Wikipedia. I'm going to show you right now. Oopsie. That's not what we wanted to do. Here. There is Jamaica. Let's do terrain. Thank you. There is terrain. Jamaica terrain. Here is the thing I'm trying to get on the screen. There we go. Wyndham Earl thinks Zoom Earth is usually spot on for direction and wind speeds. Well, where are they getting their data from? I'm guessing they have a data provider. Maybe I'll check them out later. I can only show sites that I have the rights to show, but I can check them out and see where they're getting their data from. Let's look at what. Let's look at. Hang on a second here. Let's look at the forecast and see what they said in the previous forecast. Okay? So this is going to get updated in about 2 hours. National Hurricane Center said, after rapidly intensifying over the past day or so, aircraft data indicates Melissa's intensity has leveled off this morning. It remains a very formidable hurricane on satellite imagery with a clearing eye quite evident on morning visible imagery, and the eye temperature has warmed to 15 to 20 degrees Celsius. Meanwhile, the eye wall convection continues to remain robust with cloud tops as low as 75 to 80 below Celsius, 75 to 80 Celsius, negative 75 to negative 80 Celsius encircling the core. So as we've mentioned, here is the satellite. Right there from Tropical Tidbits, you can see it. Look at that eye, that circular, well-defined, round eye. That's pretty scary looking. With that said, the eye presentation from the radar, rather than the satellite, is not as pristine, with the eye wall occasionally open on the east side and some evidence of concentric bands forming off and on. The radar looks like this. See, they say if you look at the rain radar, the eye is not as pristine, they say. This is the current radar from Jamaica. Now that's several hours of radar, but what you can see is, hang on, what you'll be able to see in a second is, I think this radar, by the way, is like a little bit behind. Yeah, it goes to 1808Z, which would be about an hour ago. I'll hit refresh on it, but sometimes this radar is a bit behind. Yeah, so this is about an hour old. I mean, the loop is several hours, but it goes up to about an hour ago. Oops, sorry. But at least it gives you an idea of what's going on with the rainfall. Hey, thanks to Gary Stovin from the UK. I really appreciate that, Gary. Also, Marcus, our member. Marcus thinks there's going to be an eye wall replacement cycle soon. Okay, let's go back to what the National Hurricane Center has been saying. Zooming out a bit, they say, there still remains some evidence of light to moderate westerly wind shear undercutting the expanding storm outflow, and Melissa's primary rain bands are distributed mostly on the eastern side of the circulation. Okay. They say they got some information this morning which would support a somewhat lower intensity, but they say the objective satellite-based intensity estimates are mostly higher, ranging from 115 to 140 knots. The initial intensity will be held at 120 knots. So, they have to estimate how strong it is, and they went with 140 miles an hour. But they did point that could be a bit generous based on the aircraft data. They talk about the positioning here, and they say Melissa's core is expected to be near the Jamaica coastline by Tuesday morning, moving across the island and then approaching and moving over eastern Cuba by Tuesday night. Now, they say the track guidance has become tightly clustered over the first 24 to 48 hours. But I believe, as we mentioned, the new HWRF model run had the storm missing to the west, which I'll show you, and the new CMC model. So I don't know. I'll be interested what they have to say about the models in the track in the next update. But they did say their latest track in the last update was a little westward of the prior track. It is unclear if the current pause in Melissa's intensification is temporary. While there have not been obvious indications of a secondary eye wall formation yet, there are some concentric reflexivity bands appearing on both Jamaica and aircraft data occasionally, although the inner eye wall remains strong. Some of the intensity guidance this morning has actually increased from yesterday at this time. And notably, both the HAFS A and B model explicitly forecast a Category 5 hurricane shortly before they show landfall in Jamaica. The latest intensity forecast will show a peak intensity of 140 knots. So they think it's going to get to 160 miles an hour eventually at some point before making landfall. They do say, however, inner core fluctuations like eye wall replacement cycles could occur at any time. Regardless, Melissa is forecast to reach Jamaica as an upper-end Category 4 hurricane, which will only exacerbate any damages caused by the heavy rainfall and flooding over the next 2 days. Melissa will likely weaken some as it traverses over the higher terrain of Jamaica, but it is still forecast to be a major hurricane when it subsequently moves over eastern Cuba in 60 to 72 hours. Thereafter, increasing southwesterly shear should cause gradual weakening, but Melissa could still be near hurricane intensity when it makes its closest approach to Bermuda in about 5 days. And just as a summary here, they say Jamaica seeks shelter now. Damaging winds and heavy rainfall today and Monday will cause catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding and numerous landslides before potentially devastating winds arrive Monday night and Tuesday morning. Extensive infrastructural damage, long-duration power and communication outages, and isolation of communities are expected. Life-threatening storm surge is likely along portions of the southern coast Monday night and Tuesday morning. Also, Dominican Republic, heavy rainfall through midweek could produce catastrophic flash flooding and numerous landslides in southern portions of the country. Haiti, catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding and landslides are expected across southwestern Haiti through midweek, likely causing extensive infrastructural damage and isolation of communities. Although winds are temporarily decreasing on the Tiburon Peninsula, they could increase again across much of western Haiti on Tuesday. Also, risk for eastern Cuba, southwest Bahamas, and the Turks and Caicos. Okay, so, and just to point this out, so I want to just point out a couple of these models. Zipper mentioned this, I was mentioning this earlier. But if you go to forecast models, right, and you go to, Reed Timmer pointed this out too. This is the HWRF, which is a well-known hurricane forecast model. The most recent run of the HWRF model had the storm missing Jamaica to the west. So if you just look at this, watch. See how it misses it to the west? Now it just misses it, and there would still be really bad impacts. But, that what I'm interested in is seeing, is that going to be a trend in the models? One model saying it, I don't think they're going to make a big deal of it. If a lot of the models start having a track like this, then they might adjust their forecast track to be more like this. So that's that one. And then as Zipper mentioned, the CMC model, which is, it's not a model they talk about all that much. I'm sure it's one of the ones they look at, but they don't, oh, is it running again? Where is it here? Oh, the new CMC is coming out. The previous CMC model, though, why can't I find this? For some, it's kind of held, I think it's the new one is running. Anyways, I think that if I remember right, the previous CMC had it doing that as well. But we'll have to see, if a couple models do that, but most of them don't, then I don't think they're going to change their forecast that greatly. So I don't know how old these models are. This could have been, this is the HAFSA model. I'll show you what the Google model says too. HAFSA, the previous run of that, you can watch this model. And that one has it going right, pretty much right over the middle of Jamaica. How about the HMON model? The last run of the HMON model has it going I know it's hard for you to see. The last run of the HMON model had it going basically over the middle of Jamaica. Now, maybe a little towards the west. Anyways, so we'll be keeping an eye as more models come out, what they say. For what it's worth, now the Google DeepMind model. Where is it here? Right here. I don't know when this, I mean, this says initiation time 6 UTC. That's a while ago. I mean, this was the last run up they have of this is the Google AI model, their ensemble. But I mean, the last run, this seems to be fairly old because it says initiation time Sunday at 2 a.m. Eastern. So I don't know if there's a model after this that they've run, if there's a run after. This is the latest one on their website. Anyways, though, what you can see is they basically run the model a bunch of times, and each dot is a model run. And then they show you what the different model runs say. So see all the dots there? You can see there's variance as they run it, what's going to happen. Some of them have it more to the west, some of it have more to the east. But again, this seems like to be like a bit old, so I don't know if there's an updated version of this that we can't see on their website, which might have a different track. Sea Turtle says making the turn like that is crazy. Yeah, it just depends on the weather conditions. Basically, it's blown by the winds, by the prevailing winds, and that's the way the weather conditions are. It does that. Here is once again Kingston, Jamaica. It's a live shot from Sea Jamaica via Reuters. DJ Maddox says, I am here in Kingston, light rain. Oops, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Oh, hold on a second. Let me show you this. Rather than me talking about it, Let's show you this. This is from NOAA here. How do hurricanes move? Steering flow creates rivers in the atmosphere that guide hurricanes to their destinations. From Dr. Gus Alaska with NOAA. Steering flow, the flow that tells weather systems where to go. Large, high, and low pressure weather systems push hurricanes around like corks in a river. In the North Atlantic Ocean, air circulates clockwise around the Bermuda High. Steering flow, the flow that tells weather systems where to go, including hurricanes. Where and when a hurricane is steered northwards depends on the strength of the Bermuda High. I'll post a link to this document. Oopsie. Here we go. There's the Kingston shot. Give me one moment here as we look at the live shot from Kingston, Jamaica. Yeah, I can't take every single camera off the web. I have the rights to this one through Reuters. Gemini AI says the path a hurricane takes is primarily determined by steering currents, which are the prevailing global and regional winds that surround the storm and essentially push it along. Okay, did I ever get the other shot, the other live shot? Oh, I have another live shot. I have a second live shot, guys, available from AFP. Where is this one? I'm going to put it on the screen for you. Coast of Jamaica. Give me a moment. I'm going to put it on the screen. I have a second live shot. Second live shot. Oopsie. Kingston Harbor live shot. So here's let's go to the Kingston Harbor shot. Hold on, one moment. Let me just do this the right way. Hold on, hold on. Here we go. Pulling it up for you right now. Give me one moment. Why is that doing that? There it is. This is Kingston Harbor. This is via AFP. That is Kingston Harbor. Seems like the camera's having a bit of an issue. I'm getting a spinning white circle on the camera. What happened? We might have to go back to the... Now that's back. Michelle Differender first says, that looks much rougher than when I was watching it earlier. I actually reached out to see Jamaica myself. I reached out to the channel and said, hey, I have access to some of these cameras from the footage I buy. I'd be interested in potentially paying you for the other ones, and I never heard back from them. So if I hear back from them, I'll talk to them. But these two I have through Reuters and AFP. Cashley says, watching from Jamaica, St. Ann, Ocho Rios. It is, so in 90 minutes, we're going to get the big new update from the National Hurricane Center. New track, new data about the hurricane, new forecast discussion. So we'll be bringing you that live in 90 minutes. And we have a couple live cams today. I did want to mention for those who are interested, I know Jeff Piotrowski is doing periodic lives. He is there. So Jeff, you can follow. And at some point, we may either watch what he's doing or have him call in or something as things progress. But Jeff is a really great storm chaser, and he's there. You can find him at Jeff Piotrowski on X. Also, the channel Twister Chasers on YouTube. Twister Chasers. He's on YouTube at Twister Chasers. He did a live about 43 minutes ago on YouTube, and he links to it on his X. I'll put a link to his X account in the chat. I know a bunch of you watch Jeff. Another person you can follow who is there is Josh Morgerman. He's also a good person to follow. He's there as well. Josh Morgerman at iCyclone. He is there. I will post a link to Josh's X as well. Bless you says, I was watching, who, Jeff? And I know some of you are watching other people as well. Give me a moment here. I want to acknowledge our moderators again and say thanks to them as we look at Kingston Harbor. Good Luck Duck on Twitch, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches and Sarah on Twitch. Thank you so much for moderating. Beth Mythical over there on YouTube moderating. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, on Facebook. Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry, Body, Shannon Davis Hughes. Paul Anderson modding. Thanks, Paul. Thanks for subscribing, Sharon Klassen Goslin. Now, hold on a second here. Something we could do also is, well, I want to keep checking the satellite and the radar, but also we can play a bit of that of the press conference from Jamaica while keeping the live shot up. Where is this? Here's the satellite from tropicaltidbits.com. That's scary looking. Again, currently supposed to make landfall early Tuesday. Here is the live shot of Kingston, right there. Hoagie says it looks much more organized on the satellite than it did last night. That is true. Ill No More thinks it's going to weaken significantly before it hits land. Well, the current forecast says it's going to be a strong Category 4 when it hits land. We'll see if that forecast changes in an hour and 24 minutes. What happened to the harbor cam? That's the harbor cam right now. I guess maybe it's just zoomed in. Hold on. Maybe it's foggy there. JB says there's nothing in the forecast that indicates any weakening. So the National Hurricane Center did say they expect that there could be fluctuations, but they have it as a strong Category 4 when it makes landfall. Somebody just asked about evacuations. I think, why don't we, I'm going to leave the live cams up. Why don't we watch a bit? I'll put it like in a corner or something. Let's see a bit about earlier today, what a short while ago, what the government said there. Let's do that. What I need to do is, if you give me 2 seconds, let's do it this way. Because that's where we'll find out the most about what the response is there. All right, give me a moment. Here's by the way, there's the harbor cam. The pressure as of the last update, I believe, was 946. All right, hold on. Here's what I'm going to do. So we're going to do this one here, this, this, this. All right, now hold on. What we're going to do, we're going to take this video, which is the press conference, and we're going to put it maybe there. Okay. And then we will also put up there a little caption that says earlier today. Oops, that's obviously a misspelling. So we can multitask. We can keep our eye on the live cams, and we can see what the Jamaican government said not that long ago. Why don't we do that? Sea Turtle says this will get a massive storm surge in. The current forecast for the storm surge, I believe, is still a maximum of 9 to 13 feet storm surge. We will see if that forecast changes in the next update. But the public advisory, the last public advisory said storm surge, 9 to 13 feet, peak storm surge, near and to the east of where the center of Melissa makes landfall. Okay, let's do, I'm going to start playing the press conference from the Jamaican government a short while ago. I think it happened about 2 hours ago. So I'm going to play it and let's listen, and we'll keep an eye on the live cameras too. But let's hear some of this. If I can get this to work. Hopefully, this all works. You should see it come on in a second. We got sound? Sound?
Good morning, Jamaica, or good afternoon, Jamaica. It is Sunday, October 26, 2025, and we're here for another briefing. This time, it is about Hurricane Melissa, now a Category 4 hurricane. Your government is committed to giving you accurate information. We again ask you to please listen to official sources of information. There's a lot of information that I saw online on social media, some of it real, some of it not real. And so it's important that you pay attention to legitimate sources. And so as we've committed, each day we will do a press briefing. It may look different ways, but we will come to you every day with our senior ministers. Our ministers are working hard. They are out there doing what is necessary to make sure we are prepared as best as possible. And so tomorrow you will hear from us. Tuesday you will hear from us. This afternoon, we're here at ODPEM. We're a part of the Emergency Operations Center, and we'll be doing our press briefings from here going forward. And so we thank the ODPEM team for their support, and of course, Minister Mackenzie, who is the Deputy Chair of our National Disaster Risk Council. He has been leading on all of our efforts in relation to our preparedness, and he has been absolutely excellent in support and in terms of us being able to come to you and give you accurate information. So with that said, I know what all of Jamaica wants. All of Jamaica wants to hear from Evan, and you want to also hear from the other ministers, but I know first you want to know what's happening with Hurricane Melissa, that yesterday was a tropical storm and right now is a Category 4 hurricane. So Evan Thompson, please come and tell the people of Jamaica what is happening.
Thank you very much, Minister Morris Dixon, and I also want to greet my own minister, Matthew Samuda, as well as the other ministers in attendance, Minister Vaz, as well as Minister Mackenzie, who are here. And of course, all persons who are here, distinguished persons, those who are online, the media, of course. Thank you so much for joining us and allowing us to provide you with this update. You know, I'm always the one who is facing the camera, but there are so many others who work behind me and actually provide me with much of the information and assist in the process. So I want to just big up those people, the forecasters of the National Meteorological Center, who continue to do their work very studiously where they are, as well as the leader that supports me so very well, Mr. Rohan Brown, who is the head of our weather services. Now we are at bulletin. We have the last bulletin that we issued from the Met Service was bulletin number 37. We only do 7 bulletins per day. So, you know, we've gone over 5 days writing bulletins every 3 hours. So it has really been a tedious task, but we have consistently been doing it. And we recognize that the road ahead is still far. We do have a lot more bulletins to write and a couple of more days that we'll have to be engaging in that activity. But the latest information coming to us and shared with the public is that this system continues to move toward the west. If you take a look at the picture that's on the screen, you'll see where the center of Hurricane Melissa is located. The system is a Category 4 hurricane. This is moving toward the west at this time. The last location showed it to be south of Kingston. So it has already passed the longitude of Morant Point. It is now just about at the longitude of Kingston and will continue to move westward. But then it is expected.
Just to clarify, this press conference happened about 2.5 hours ago. So you're not getting the up to the minute weather forecast. I think this, if I remember right, this press conference started around 1 Eastern time, noon Jamaica time. So I want to see what they're saying about the preparations and stuff, but I just don't want people to be confused with him talking about the forecast there. So, but I haven't seen this yet, and watching to get an idea of what kind of preparations they are taking there. Somebody said in the chat, they were like, well, if it's making landfall on Tuesday, why are we here? Well, it's not just the landfall. There is supposed to be forecast to be devastating hurricane effects well before the landfall, and I will quote you from the forecast discussion from the National Hurricane Center. They say, Jamaica, seek shelter now. Damaging winds and heavy rainfall today and Monday will cause catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding and numerous landslides before potentially devastating winds arrive Monday night and Tuesday morning. So this is a multi-day event. It's a multi-day event. All right, so let's go back and hear what the press conference had to say.
Kingston and will continue to move westward, but then it is expected to make its turn toward the north. We'll show you that track in just a moment, but you can see the rain bands that are associated with the system as it continues to move westward. Here is a slight loop just showing the development. But the eastern part of the island, it seemed to have been experiencing some rainfall, but it's not consistent. It's really periods of rainfall and actually just coming from time to time and very short periods. But we are experiencing some rainfall over sections of the island, and that is expected to increase as we go through this Saturday and going into Sunday. This is another image of the satellite imagery, but it also shows where a lot of the lightning strikes are in this system. Most of them on the eastern side of the center and in the bands that are surrounding the system. But we are seeing the white area where the dense overcast is moving over toward Jamaica as it moves toward the west. Then this way, we are proud to say that this is our radar image right here in Jamaica, the radar that's operated by the Meteorological Service. And you can see a very distinct eye also being projected on this image. So we see also where the rainfall is occurring in the system, and it is, as you can see, starting to affect sections of the island with the outer bands of this hurricane. Continuing just to show you where the system is moving, we see that it is expected to continue moving toward the west.
I'm going to interrupt for a second because one of our viewers just mentioned, I forget which viewer it was, one of our viewers mentioned that there was some new aircraft recon data. So I want to show you that. Hold on a second here. So what you can see is, this is from tropicaltidbits.com. And this data is from about a half an hour ago. We didn't see this last time we checked. This is pretty recent data. So what I'm seeing is, I think what the viewer mentioned is probably this. You can see it says red is... it's pressure. Mean sea level pressure. And you can see it looks like there's some reading down here, which is maybe around, I don't know if it's 940. I'll have to check and see if there's a specific. Just looking at the chart, that says 945 and it's below 945. The official pressure in the last update was 946. That would suggest the pressure is lower. Yeah, now Sea Turtle says down to 942. I'll have to check that. And then over here, SFMR is a technology they use to, on the Hurricane Hunter aircraft, to estimate the surface wind. They're not, the plane is not on the surface, but they have this technology they can use to estimate the surface wind speed. And you can see this says 130 something, it looks like to me. Looks like it's like 132 or something. Now, 132, just to be clear, would be about 152 miles an hour. Now, I don't know that they will say that this is the surface level wind speed, but that would be, hold on a second. That would be about a 152, which would be a high Cat 4. Cat 5 is 157. So I am wondering if we are going to see, based on this data, in the next update in about an hour, are they going to say the pressure is lower and the wind speed is higher? I'm also going to check, and what I need to do is check and see what weather experts who really know what they're talking about are saying about this data. But again, you can go to tropicaltidbits.com, which is a great site, and you can see this data as it comes in under aircraft reconnaissance. Oh, it says it right here, 942.9, right? Is that the reading they just got? See, it says 942.9. So remember, officially the pressure was, if I'm remembering right, it was 946. So Maybe they'll have the pressure going down a bit. That says 942.9 right there. If I'm reading, actually maybe it says, does it say, it might not say 942.9. It might say 942, and then there's another pressure below that ends with 9. I actually think that's what's going on. I think it just says 942. Mercury thinks they got a lower reading. Yeah, Bill says this says 942. So I would not be surprised if the next update has a pressure which is lower than 946. And I will check and see what some weather experts I follow are saying about this new aircraft recon data. But we could have a stronger storm in the next update with lower pressure and higher wind speed. Okay, so I'm going to look at right now. Hey, thanks to Lily Palmer for your support. I really appreciate that. I'm going to right now check some of the experts that I'm following and see what they have to say. We'll play some more of the press briefing from Jamaica, which is a couple hours old at this point. We will wait for the new update to come out. And thanks to I Am Charlie and Heavenly Intervention and Mama 457 Rose and our member Infinite Possibilities. Thank you. All right, and let's go back to the live cam there. That's from Kingston Harbor. And let me hit play on the press briefing from earlier, and let me see what I can find in terms of some of the experts I follow if they're commenting on the new aircraft recon data.
If you look at that picture, and then it would turn toward Jamaica from the south, moving northward, moving over Jamaica. That's the same track basically that we've been sharing with you over the past day or so. And it is expected to be a major hurricane continuing in this way, moving right across the island as a Category 4 hurricane. That is what is projected.
Sorry to interrupt, but I can tell you, Michael Lowry, who is a weather expert I follow, hurricane specialist, he says that the Hurricane Hunter aircraft in their latest pass measured 942 pressure, which is what a number of our viewers were saying, and what we saw the data on on tropical tidbits from the aircraft. So pressure's down to 942, still on a strengthening trend. Okay. Hold on a second here. And Mike Adcock, who is also a meteorologist, he posted that Hurricane Melissa has resumed intensification. And he thinks that the pressure is probably around 941. Okay? So it does look like strengthening is happening now. Pressure down a bit. And I'll see if I can find any of them commenting. It looked, I mean, again, they had a wind speed estimate in the last hour, it looked like, of about a surface wind speed estimate of around 150. So we'll have to see what if they have a higher wind speed officially for this. The official number was 140 in the last update. Yeah, and Hunter Fowkes, who's also a weather expert, posted that the pressure, he says that there was a 939.9 recon. A couple of the other experts said they thought it was 942, 941. But he said the winds will likely increase as the storm continues to strengthen, if they haven't increased already. Thank you also to Crazy Yoda and Pro Lang from Denmark. Thanks, Prolang. I appreciate that. So the recon data, weather experts who are looking at the data are saying this storm is strengthening. It is strengthening, guys. Let's quickly look at the satellite. Looks scary on the satellite. That's from tropicaltidbits.com. Hope says, I really hope it weakens as the outer bands hit Jamaica. M.M. Straker thinks the 939.9 was raw data and 942 is calibrated MSLP. Thomas Darwin says, waiting to see if it makes that big turn. Landfall currently is expected early on Tuesday, but we'll have to see if that changes. Distant Galaxy says, impressive eye. All right, so we have about an hour, maybe less, until the new big 5 p.m. update from the National Hurricane Center. I would not be surprised if in that update they have the storm with a lower pressure and higher wind speed than the last update based on the data we're seeing and the expert analysis. Let's, for the moment, let's get you back to the live cam, and we're replaying some of the press briefing from today from Jamaica, and we are keeping you updated with the latest updates here. What I need to do is do this. There's that. We also have Kingston, Jamaica. We have Kingston Harbor and Kingston, Jamaica. And let me hit play here.
It could go for a brief period as a category 5. That's yet to be seen. But right now, the forecast is that it will move over Jamaica as a category 4 hurricane. And that is expected to start early on Tuesday or maybe very late on Monday, depending on how this system actually starts to move, if it moves at any quicker pace. Right now, the fastest I've seen it move is just about 6 kilometers per hour. That's just about 3 or 4 miles per hour. And so we're watching it moving very, very slowly, ambling over the waters, and then gradually moving closer and closer to us. This is the projected track moving across the island. You can see with that dotted line. But I'm showing this picture really because I want to show you what those green areas to the south and even to the north are, because they represent where the storm surge is expected to affect Jamaica. Storm surge is expected mainly over the southern side of the island, and this would be to the east of the center as it approaches the south coast and as it begins to make impact. So we see the greener areas really over Clarendon, parts of St. Catherine, and then going into Kingston and western parts of St. Thomas. That's where we're expecting most of the storm surge. But if you take a look at that area just east of the Portland Cottage area, and of course where you see those lighter greens and the browns, that is where the highest storm surge is expected to take place. So if you're anywhere in this general area, if you can take a look at your map, I'll tell you what the names of some of the communities are in maybe the next briefing. But for the time being, this is the general area that we do expect to experience most of the storm surge, which means waves pushed onto the land and possibly getting as high as 13 feet. Continuing on the picture here, we'll see the amount of rainfall that we are expected to experience across the country. I told you that we've started to experience some rain, but it has not been intense thus far. But when you look at this picture, you'll see that intense rainfall is projected across the country. This shows that we could have 20 to 30 inches of rainfall over the eastern and some south central parts of the country. And then even in the higher elevations in the east, we could have over 30 inches, getting close to, in millimeters, close to 1,000 millimeters over the period of the system moving across us. So this is tremendous rainfall that is bound to cause widespread flooding right across the country. And it is something to be noteworthy for all our communities. I believe there are flooding potential areas in every parish of our country. And so you need to know if you're in a flood-prone area, if you're in a low-lying area, you need to take note. If you're near to a river course or a gully, you need to also take special note and find some alternative location that you can move to should you be threatened by the heavy rainfall. This is just another picture of the clouds over the area associated with the hurricane. And here we can see another image showing the satellite picture, and we're seeing a lot of the showers and thunderstorms from this system. The track outlook, there are a number of projections, but I won't go into any more detail with these pictures, just to tell you that we need to continue to monitor what is happening, continue to listen to the bulletins that are issued by the Meteorological Service, and of course be prepared for quick action if you need to take that action. All preparations should have been completed, and we really should just be in a safe, a secure place, waiting for the system to move over us and pass over us. So I should point out that there is a slight shift in the track thus far to the west. We're hoping that we'll see more shifts that will eventually take it off the country. But right now, the forecast is that we will be directly impacted by the eye, a landfalling between Monday night and Tuesday morning, and it will move across us right through the day on Tuesday. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Evan. Yes, Minister Vaz, doesn't seem to be good news, but I'm going to take the questions. I'm going to deviate again today and take the questions, just noting that with us, we do have Minister Samuda, we have Minister Vaz, and I did indicate that Minister Mackenzie, who leads all of us on this area, he is also here, and they will all speak to you also. So I'm going to take questions from the media now in relation to what Evan Thompson has just said. All right, we don't have a roving mic. We're in the emergency center. So if you could just stand and I can repeat the question for Jamaica to hear.
All right, no problem. Greetings, everyone. I'm Jason Cross from The Observer. I want to find out from Minister Mackenzie what's the status of the shelters at this point in time.
He's going to come. I wanted questions for Evan. Just on.
For Evan?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Does anyone have any questions for Evan Thompson? Everything is clear? All right, so every part of Jamaica is going to be affected. There is a lot of rainfall that is projected. He also said we'll feel the brunt of it Monday night going into Tuesday. And so that's what he has said. We all have to be very, very careful and be prepared for the worst. All right, so now we're going to have Minister Samuda, who will speak to you. He's our Minister of Water, Environment and Climate Change. Minister Samuda.
Thank you, Minister Dixon. Colleague ministers, thank you for the hospitality. Minister Mackenzie, everyone, heads of agencies, members of the NEOC, members of the media, and certainly those watching and listening at home. As everyone would have just told you, we are facing a Category 4 hurricane that has potential for strengthening. As I have started every update with the statement, because it is incredibly true, and I think particularly true at this moment, it is still not time for panic. It is time to complete your preparations. It is time for some prayer, and it is time for us to plan and time for us to engage our programs. This storm will test our systems. I want to publicly put on record my thanks to Evan Thompson and to his entire team, leadership all the way through the organization, as they've been working 24 hours a day, not on shift or I think in teams. I think every team is fully engaged over the last 10 days as we've been tracking this unusual storm. So I want to publicly thank the Met Service on behalf of Jamaica and the government, because they've been doing an awesome job in keeping us up to date and giving us the information that we absolutely need to plan. We also want to put on record our thanks to our international partners, in particular the National Hurricane Center that does support us significantly with technology and visibility that we may not have locally. We also want to thank the UN Country Office that has reached out to us and offered their support, and many other partners. We are at a critical juncture. And at our earlier discussion with the utility providers, Minister Vaz made an important point. The proof of the pudding is going to be in the eating in terms of how we execute the plans that we have. But let's look firstly at the state of our planning, certainly for the water sector and its interconnectivity with the power sector. The Water Commission has engaged all of its emergency protocols. We have done a re-review of our performance and ability to restore service post-burial over the last few weeks and ensured that we have ticked the boxes, so to speak, of the plan that we wrote post-burial. One of the things that we've done and is formed a co-working group with JPS. So JPS is very clear on all of the pumps that are critical for supply of hospitals, of infirmaries, of places of safety, of places of detention, so that they can work to restore current to those first. They're also clear on the pumping stations that function to load trucks, so that they know that those are also priority stations that have to be restored, so that we're able to also do emergency water distribution while turbidity settles, while you get your generators dispatched. Now, one of the things that we've not been able to do is to pre-dispatch our generators, and that is for a very real reason. We've seen the issues that Digicel and Flow are having with theft. We've seen the issue of theft of fuel from generators. So we will have to dispatch immediately after the all clear comes from ADPEM so that we reduce that theft. But we have over 50 generators, which are major generators that create the triple phase, or rather triple phase generators that provide the power that you need to start our pumping system. This will restore close to 80% of our customer base within 72 hours of the all clear and turbidity settling. We can't say definitively where turbidity will be a particular challenge and how much of a challenge it will be, but we expect to get to 80% of our customers with sporadic supply after 72 hours, because generators do have to cool, they do have to break, they do have to take their time for service and for refueling, etc. So it won't be 72 hours and everything back up and running, but 72 hours that there will be supply that allow people to catch water, to store, to backfill their storage, and to be able to manage. We've also engaged 4 mobile generators that will move to remote areas that we expect that are hardest hit, so at least they're able to get some water and able to backfill their storage as well. We're also happy to report that 4 of our major pumping stations and treatment plants also now have their own resilience in terms of their energy supply. We installed major generators, including at places like Logwood, which supplies all of Western Hanover and Western Westmoreland. We upgraded the supply at the Mona treatment plant, the Hermitage treatment plant, and indeed at several of our facilities in St. Catherine. So we are in a better place than last year, certainly, to respond to water distribution. We've also ensured that we've engaged our truckers and that they're pre-positioned to go to our loading bays immediately after to start to deal with many of our elderly shut-ins. We've got quite the list from SDC, Minister Mackenzie, so we're able to go to several of those persons who we know are shut-ins and will need a lot of help very quickly. As I said, we're more resilient this year than last year, but this is a bigger storm than last year. And this is a potential direct hit. Beryl was not a direct hit. So we're more resilient. Let's hope that additional resilience is sufficient for what is a worse storm than we would have faced last year with Beryl. God bless Jamaica. Stay safe and stay smart and listen to the official sources of information. If I was to take what I just saw, I wouldn't have been able to drive in New Kingston a while ago because of flooding that's being posted as now. So we encourage you to follow JIS, follow OPM, follow the Ministry of Education and Information, follow the relevant ministry sources, and of course, reputable media houses. Thank you. God bless Jamaica.
All right, let me just jump in with an update. So in less than 50 minutes, 49 minutes and maybe less, we're going to be getting the new major update from the National Hurricane Center, the once every 6 hours new forecast, new information about the hurricane, new forecast discussion. As we talked about a short while ago, the new aircraft recon data came in. We saw this at tropicaltidbits.com. We saw a number of weather experts talk about this. And It looks like the new pressure has been measured as, there's been a measurement of 942 as the pressure. It was 946. You can see right over here it says 942. That's on from tropicaltidbits.com. So a number of experts say that the hurricane does appear to be strengthening again after leveling off for some of today. It does appear to be strengthening again. Also, in addition to that pressure reading, remember the official pressure before was 946. There's this 942 number now, which would be lower than 946, which would mean a stronger storm. There is also this reading. I'm not going to jump to conclusions here, but what you can see here is an estimated the Hurricane Hunter aircraft did an estimate, got an estimated reading of surface wind of about, it looks like it's slightly above 130. So I thought it was like 132, which would be about 150 miles an hour, 132 knots, about 150 miles an hour. So I don't know what the National Hurricane Center is going to do with that information, but they might look at that and say, whoa, it's now, that suggests that the wind speed is above 140 miles an hour max sustained winds. So we very well, certainly seems like we might see the lower pressure in the next update than the previous pressure. We might see higher wind speed. It was 146 pressure. It was 946 pressure, 946 pressure, and 140 miles an hour max sustained winds in the last update. It certainly seems like there's a very good chance we will see a lower pressure officially, and then also maybe higher wind speed. Cat 5 would be 957. That's max sustained winds. So I don't know that it would get to Cat 5, but I would not be surprised if they bump up the wind and lower the pressure. So we'll find out in about 45 minutes what they say. Also, when they do their wind speeds at the National Hurricane Center, they do them in multiples of 5. So a Cat 5 would for them be a reading of 160. They do, it's their wind speeds are in multiples of 5. So they do 140, 145, 150, 155, 160. So they're not going to say 158. So you'd need them to say 160 for it to be a Cat 5. So we're keeping an eye on that. And shortly, not too long from now, we'll have the new update. The satellite is looking scary to me, to my amateur eye, and to many of you as well. But you can certainly see that it's on the satellite, that round presentation, that round, well-defined eye. You're looking right here at the. We're seeing some purple here. This is the temperature of the cloud tops. And the lower the temperature, the stronger, suggests a stronger thunderstorm activity. The lowest temperature you can get is the purple. And we are seeing at the end of the radar that purple pop up there. But generally symmetric look and an eye like that, which you'd only see with stronger hurricanes. As one of our viewers said, it did not look this put together yesterday. And we can actually go, there's a couple different radars here we can look at. Satellites we can look at here. Let's look at that one. Yeah, clearly, look at this. Look at that eye. We were not seeing on the satellite that clear, dark, round, that wide of an eye yesterday. So that's certainly a difference from yesterday. I think there's another one of these. This one? Yeah, look at this. Thomas Darwin says, yikes. Yeah, so again, I'm not a weather expert, but I do know that, the National Hurricane Center will talk about having a circular, well-defined eye as being a sign of a stronger storm. Thank you, Heavenly Intervention, who thinks there will be lower wind speeds in Kingston thanks to the adjusting mountains to the east, blocking a lot of the hurricane force winds coming counterclockwise at it. That I don't know. I have no idea about that. That's what Heavenly Intervention says. But the wind speeds will be picking up as the storm eventually, makes the turn and gets closer. Eventually makes the turn to the northeast. Thank you so much, Heavenly Intervention. And thank you to Susan Priest Buchner for the Facebook stars. I really appreciate that. So we are going to have in about 43 minutes, if not less, the new major update from the National Hurricane Center. Let me show you the radar here. Haven't checked the radar in a little bit. We'll refresh the radar. Oops. Now this is a little behind. This is the Jamaica radar. Tends to be a bit behind. It's a several hour loop and it doesn't go right up to the present moment. But you can get a sense for where that rain is. Yeah, the last frame is, trying to get it stopped on the last frame. Can I stop it on the last frame? There. That's the last frame, which is from about an hour ago, it looks like. But even about an hour ago, you can see those yellow major bands starting to impact the island of Jamaica there. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. Alibaba thinks the mountains will have no effect on the oceanside wind speeds. Yeah, so what I can do, if you're talking about the wind speeds in Kingston, what I'll tell you is that if you just go to the forecast for Kingston, for example, hold on a second here. I'm trying to get you like an hourly forecast. You know, Kingston is a bit away from where the center of the storm is supposed to pass over. When I go to the Google forecast, where is that? When I look up Kingston, Jamaica on Weather Channel, they say for Monday, winds sustained of 25 to 35. And they say winds on night, they said Monday night winds of 25 to 35 sustained. And then they say winds 40 to 60 miles an hour sustained for Kingston on Tuesday during the day. That's sustained wind, 40 to 60. That's not gusts. That's just the current forecast for Kingston, which could change depending on the track it takes. But Kingston right now is supposed to be a little further away from, not right where the landfall is. But we'll have to see. I mean, I'm just giving you one forecast for Kingston. Forget about the rainfall and the storm surge, just of the wind speed of that one forecast. Okay, so let's go back to the... Speaking of Kingston, there is Kingston, right there. Mikey C. thinks that farther west means Kingston will get more rain. Scary looking satellite right now. Oopsie. Look at that eye. As I mentioned, multiple weather experts have said that in the last hour or two, the data suggests that this storm is strengthening again. Yukon Winds NC says, what a seriously defined eye. Thanks, Valovika. Yeah, I showed the Google DeepMind Weather Lab map earlier, but the thing is that the Google DeepMind weather site has not, the model run is from hours ago. This is the Google DeepMind. I showed this earlier, the AI, their AI model, but I just refreshed and it says the initiation time of the model is Sunday 6:06 UTC, which is 2 a.m. Eastern time. So this doesn't, as I said before, I showed this model run from the Google DeepMind AI model, which is a respected weather model, but it's just an older model run. So this site does not seem to update their model runs that quickly on the site. But this is the 0600 UTC model run. And I mean, just as a comparison, so my problem is that this could be, that the new model run could just be different than this. For a comparison, if you go to Tropical Tidbits and you look at forecast models, GFS, last runtime 12Z, Euro model 12Z, HWRF model 12Z. 12Z is 12 universal time. So why don't we have but I don't see the 12s. I'd like to see the 12Z Google DeepMind model, but it's not on the site yet. So it seems like that latest model run is just hours older than these more current model runs of the other models. Thanks to Valovica, I really appreciate that. Thank you. So if they update the Google site with the new model run, I will let you know and we'll watch it. Can I check Ventusky? Well, Ventusky doesn't have their own model. And Windy doesn't have their own model. They're using models. And I believe you can choose different models. But it's not the Ventusky weather model. When you go there, you can, I believe, look and see which model you're using and maybe adjust the model. And there is the live shot from Kingston Harbor. Oh, thanks to Texas Gal as well. Thank you, Texas Gal. I appreciate it. Thanks, Fate64 on Twitch for your support, and Big Dog Gaming. Also, Drunk Can't Cook for subscribing. And Oxytropis, thanks for your support. So we are waiting, big new update from the National Hurricane Center coming in about 34 minutes, maybe less. Often it comes out early. Why don't we, let me check something real quick here. Why don't we... Matthew Capucci, by the way, who's also a weather expert, said it looks like Melissa may once again be strengthening. Let's play a little more, while we're waiting for the new National Hurricane Center update, which will be coming soon. Let's listen to a little more of the Jamaica government press briefing from earlier today. I'm going to hit play on that, and Oh, before I do that, let me check a couple things here. Thanks Central Alabama Weather for messaging me also about the aircraft recon data. Chris Hall, our viewer, and storm chaser Chris Hall, he writes that he thinks Melissa is likely a very high in category 4 or 5. Thanks, Chris. Thanks to Wickedest Witch, who sent me some more storm chaser names. I have written to a number of them, and I've talked to some of them. And as things develop, I don't know if they're going to be able to stream much when the storm happens. I spoke with, I mentioned yesterday, I was speaking last night to Jeff Piotrowski, who's a fantastic storm chaser, and he's there. So we'll keep an eye on his stuff. It's dangerous there, though. Very dangerous situation. Okay, what I want to do is, there's about 31 minutes until the next National Hurricane Center update, but it very well might come out early. So let's watch a little more, while we're looking at the live shot from Kingston Harbor, let's watch a little more of what the Jamaica authorities had to say in their press conference today.
Thank you so much, Minister Samuda. And next up, we have Minister Mackenzie. But I think Minister Vaz is asking if he can go first. So we're going to have Minister Vaz, our Minister of Energy, Telecoms and Transport.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good morning to all of Jamaica, diaspora, and of course, media, colleague ministers. So let me start by saying that we had a press briefing earlier, or should I say the JPS had a press briefing for which I attended. So I'm going to repeat some of what I said of the important points there. First of all, I want to caution Jamaica to realize and understand that we did not get a direct hit from Beryl, and we are due to get a direct hit, category 4 and possibly category 5. So the level of damage that you saw in Beryl will likely be severely increased and more widespread than what we had. I can say that the presentations that have been made to me by the telcos and JPS and the other essential services under my ministry, I am satisfied that we have a plan in place. But again, I want to caution that the plan is one thing. The execution of that plan is what is going to make the difference in our recovery. I want to say that you have the commitment of the Prime Minister already, that all his line ministers will be leading from the front, meaning that firstly communicating with you, and secondly doing the work and the coordination and collaboration that is going to be required. We can say that Starlink headquarters has reached out to us through their emergency response, and we have already gotten some equipment that is being used by the Ministry of Labour and Social Security to coordinate, obviously, the preparations and the aftermath. And I can say that Otben also, as either received or will receive shortly, another set of equipment that will allow for us to be able to communicate during and after the storm. So we will intensify that as needed, depending on when the assessment is taking place after and what additional we need. I can also say that both international airports are now closed. We accommodated 11 flights out of Montego Bay this morning, and we closed at midday. JUTC remains operational for evacuation, and they are coordinating as we speak with ODPEM and the police. As the storm draws or the hurricane draws nearer, obviously there will be more requirements for us to be able to respond. I want to say again, at this point, there's always been a hesitancy when evacuation orders are given. Do not take this one lightly. This may be the one. So follow the instructions of ODPEN and Minister Mackenzie and the government of Jamaica, because we have your safety in mind. And top priority, low-lying areas. I'm sure Minister Mackenzie will speak on it, so I will leave it for them. The toll, east, west, and north, south. I have already signed the order, and I'm just waiting to effect it. So as soon as everyone tells me that the weather is up on us, we will open the toll booths free of cost, and that will remain in place, including the aftermath, to allow for emergency responses and for persons to be able to access and get to their families, their businesses, and their properties. JPS. I was bombarded on the way here with a WhatsApp that is circulating about when JPS is going to shut down the various parishes. It is fake news. Only listen to JPS directly on their social media or their releases, and Government of Jamaica trusted sites and communication apparatus. I can say that between when I went to JPS earlier this morning and coming here, I have now received the request for force majeure from JPS officially. And for those who may not understand force majeure, let me just say it is a contract clause that relieves a party from fulfilling their obligations when an extraordinary event beyond their control, such as natural disaster, makes performance impossible. So, in essence, the license has certain conditionalities, and in order for them to be relaxed, in order for them to respond, they require the government of Jamaica, who gave them the license in the first place, to sign a force majeure. I can state categorically that this will not be held up. I've already referred it to the Attorney General's chambers, and I am prepared to sign as early as possible, even prior to the strike. So you can rest assured that JPS will not be hindered by the conditionalities of their existing contract. Let me just again caution everybody not to listen to fake news. I know it's very hard because anxiety levels are high on your phone, monitoring every message that is coming around and trying to find as much information. That will just raise your anxiety. Just stick with the government of Jamaica, who has your best interest at heart and will continue to communicate to you as required and as we have been doing. Congratulations to Minister Dixon and the team and Minister Mackenzie and ODPEM. I know it's not an easy time. You can be assured that we will lead from the front and we will get through this together. So I would close by saying this is not a time for politics. This is not a time for rifts and disagreements. Every single Jamaican has a part to play between now, during, and after. And if we do it collectively, in unity, and in harmony, we will recover better and quicker. May God bless Jamaica and every single Jamaican. God bless you.
So we've been watching some of this press briefing from earlier today from Jamaica as we look at the live shot from Kingston, Jamaica, and Kingston Harbor in Jamaica. And in the next 23 minutes, could be in the next few minutes, we will be getting the new update from the National Hurricane Center with new forecast track, new figures on the storm. Aircraft recon data suggests that that it's strengthening, that the pressure has dropped perhaps to 942 from 946. Possibly the wind speeds have picked up further. So we'll be getting the official update from National Hurricane Center in the coming minutes. And we're bringing you live updates here, and we'll see what that update is. And also we're keeping an eye on the live cams and looking at the satellite and the radar. We're keeping an eye on that as well. Let me show you the current satellite from tropicaltidbits.com. Here it is right here. Look at that. Very dangerous storm scheduled to make landfall on early Tuesday right now, but bring major impacts before then. Look at that. Let's see here. I want to say a quick thanks also to I Hear Crickets for your support. Thanks so much. Thanks Purple Cat Audio for the memberships. That's really nice of you, Purple Cat Audio. Thank you. Thanks Kate Rose and Callie Raven, our members. Texas Gal for being a new member. Thank you. And shout out to our moderators who are here. We have BZ and Janet B. modding over there on YouTube. Thank you so much. On Twitch, DeBears Good Luck Duck. Hold on, let's do this. The Bears Good Luck Duck. Again, this is from Tropical Tidbits. You can go to Tropical Tidbits yourself. TropicalTidbits.com. Great site. DeBears Good Luck Duck. Idaho Star. I Got That Fire. Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Sarah, and Riff Tracks moderating over there on Twitch. Thank you so much. Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes on Facebook, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha over there on X. Look at that. Look at that eye. Let me just, I got to keep checking. We're at the point where any moment now we're going to get the update. It could be in 20 minutes. It could be in 30 seconds. We're going to get the new update from the National Hurricane Center. So I'm looking for that. Also, let's show you, well, there's a couple other satellite views I want to show you. We were looking at that one. Here's another one from Tropical Tidbits. Look at this eye. Look at this. Leslie Springstead says, oh my gosh. Tingy says, scary. Dior says, scary, perfect formation. Fred Flintstone says, it is a mean-looking storm. Riff Track says, that is massive. Here's another shot right there. You can see Jamaica to the north. Warco says it's getting clearer, the eye. Thanks, Corey Falcon, who's worried Tropical Tidbits will crash. Thanks, Corey. I appreciate that. Well, I mean, I think they're used to having a lot of viewers when these kind of things happen. So hopefully they'll be fine. But I want to let people know about the site. It's a great site. I really appreciate them letting me show their site. Let's look at the radar. I'll refresh this. Here's the Jamaica radar. Now, this is about, even when you get to the end of the loop, it's about an hour behind. So that's not quite up-to-date radar. It'll take a second to come on. But you'll see it in a moment. But you are seeing those stronger bands of rain in the yellow start to impact the island. Give it a moment. The radar can go in and out. Sometimes you have to leave it on for a while to get it up there. Thanks, Danny James, for moderating too. Here's the live shot from Kingston. Just checking to see if we have our National Hurricane Center update. Any moment, I mean, within the next 17 minutes, we will be getting our new update from the National Hurricane Center. I think for the moment, I'm going to put away the press conference. We can watch some more of it a little later. But for the moment, I'm going to focus on waiting for the update. Jake's online says, any statements from the U.S. government? I haven't seen them, but I don't know. I haven't really been thoroughly checking. We actually have get you a little volume from this live shot here. Hang on. According to Tropical Tidbits, yeah, there's one plane right now in the storm. The same plane that was there before, still taking readings. I am now refreshing the National Hurricane Center site. Sometime in the next 15 minutes, they will be posting their update, and we will look at that as soon as it comes out. Vincent, our viewer, thinks this is going to be a major crisis. This is a very concerning, dangerous situation. Storm surge could reach 13 feet in southern Jamaica. Some places could get 40 inches of rain in Jamaica. I think we lost the harbor shot. For the moment, we still have this shot. As I mentioned before, I'm getting the live streams I'm getting from Jamaica are from See Jamaica. I'm getting them from Reuters and AFP, who I pay for footage. I did reach out to the channel See Jamaica to see if I could buy other footage from them, and I just haven't heard back yet. So at least we have some streams from Jamaica today, but maybe they'll write me back at some point. If anybody knows the person who runs See Jamaica, feel free to let them know I emailed them. Really, any moment now, we should be getting the new forecast update. Now, PESEX says the next Hurricane Hunter aircraft is taking off from Florida. There was recon data from the last couple hours. Do you think they won't have one? Do you think PESEX they won't have new recon data by 11 p.m.? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, PESEX mentioned that you can look at one of the Hurricane Hunter aircraft on Flight Tracker. If I can do this here. So this is Flight Radar 24. There is Flight Radar 24. And there is the plane NOAA 42, which I assume is a Hurricane Hunter aircraft. And as our viewers said, it took off from Lakeland, Florida. And now it's on its way south towards the storm. So the storm is right here. You can see it on Flight Radar 24. The storm is here. The plane is here. I don't know how many miles that is, but it's a ways away. The plane is flying at 280 miles an hour, it says. Maybe I can do an estimate of how far away it is. Roughly speaking, it is roughly speaking about 500 miles from the storm. So maybe it'll get there in, I don't know, 2 hours, less. Why am I seeing the rainfall? I don't want to see the rainfall. Where's weather? Weather. Turn off the radar. Okay. I don't know. Is that the next plane? Is there not one en route besides that one? All right. Let me see if I can. I'll have to look into that. Let me see if I can. Do we have the new National Hurricane Center update yet? No, it's not out yet. We're waiting for the new National Hurricane Center forecast update. Any moment now. It's officially 10 minutes, sometime the next 10 minutes. Could be at any moment. What will they say, guys? What will they say? Aircraft recon data suggested the pressure was had lowered to about 942, possibly higher wind speeds. Look at that storm. Look at the radar. Look at that circle in the clear eye, guys. Phoenix Rising says it looks worse now. Angel Mendez says the eye wall is crazy. Edric Flores says it's very scary. I'm sorry, this is the satellite. Did I say radar? If I said radar, I misspoke. This is the satellite, not the radar. Sometimes I don't say what I thought I said. This is the satellite. But You know, it's also possible. It's possible that they will come out. It's possible that it's strengthening right now and that the strengthening right now won't be reflected in the new update. If it's strengthened in the last half an hour, 45 minutes, they might not have updated data on that. So it could be worse now than whatever update we get. I'll keep an eye on what some weather experts are saying, because there's weather experts I follow who are looking at the satellite. Jen Fudge said Jeff Piotrowski is live now for people who want to watch him. All right. Are they updated yet? This thing is scary looking. But just keep that in mind, that it might even be different than the update. The update has not come out yet. Sometime in the next 7.5 minutes, we'll get the update. I'm basically just refreshing here. That's scary looking. That is from Tropical Tidbits. Sweet Cheek says the people of Jamaica are resilient. Any moment now, we will be getting the new numbers, the new forecast discussion. Will they adjust the track? A couple of the models, the new models, seem to be having the storm go a little more west. Are they going to adjust the track forecast track in this new update? We'll have to see. Thank you, Laura, our member. Thank you, Laura. I appreciate that. The National Hurricane Center is live online. I didn't see them post about it. Oh, look. They did a live 5 hours ago. They're not live on their YouTube right now that I see. Again, any moment now we'll be getting the new forecast update. Well, we're not getting it that early. Only 5 minutes till the top of the hour. I'm just hitting refresh. Maybe we'll go here. It's about time for us to start refreshing. There is the current update. Any moment now, it'll change to the 5 p.m. update. If I have to for the next 5 minutes, I'll just keep hitting refresh. Marv says, I have a bad feeling about this. Thank you, Wildflower, for being a member. I'm refreshing, guys. I'm just refreshing. BD King thinks it will eventually hit Cat 5. The Hurricane Hunter data suggested that maybe the new pressure will be about 942. One of the wind readings they got seemed to suggest that maybe the wind might be up to like 150, although I don't know. We'll see. That's just one piece of data. Oren Quake says, waiting for the breaking news. You would need 157 for a Cat 5. I'm refreshing. I am refreshing. Okay, they just came out and they said, breaking news, it resumes intensifying. It has resumed intensifying. That is confirmed. They just posted it has resumed. National Hurricane Center confirms it has resumed intensifying. And I'm waiting for the new numbers to get posted. I'm waiting for it to get posted. I'm hitting refresh, but they have confirmed. There it is. There you go. Pressure is down to 941. Max sustained winds now 145. Breaking news. It has resumed intensifying. That's not good. It is now a stronger storm. The max sustained wind has gone up from 140 to 145. The pressure has dropped from 946 to 941. During the day today, it had leveled off, but now it has resumed intensifying. Hurricane Melissa resumes intensifying. Life-threatening and catastrophic flash flooding and landslides expected in portions of Jamaica and southern Hispaniola through midweek, with hurricane-force winds likely to begin tomorrow. So, how much more is it going to intensify? I'm going to show you their new update in a second. But, I mean, it's pretty scary looking on the satellite right now. So, again, I do wonder, could it be even stronger right now than those numbers? They didn't put those numbers out, they didn't look at something and then 1 minute later, based on something they look at, put the new numbers out. The numbers are a little ahead, a little behind the current data. So I do wonder if it's maybe even stronger than, those numbers they just put out. iPad says that eye looks insane. Callie Raven thinks the eye got bigger. So let's see what they posted. Let's see what they posted. But breaking news, Hurricane Melissa is intensifying. It is now even stronger than it was before. It is the strongest it has been. Pressure down to 941. Wow. All right, let's see what they say. It is moving at 5 miles an hour, so it hasn't sped up. 5 miles an hour, it is moving due west. 5 miles an hour. It is moving toward the west at near 5 miles an hour. A slow westward motion is expected tonight, followed by a turn to the north and northeast on Monday and Tuesday. The core of Melissa is expected to move near or over Jamaica on Tuesday, across southeastern Cuba Tuesday night, and across the southeastern Bahamas on Wednesday. Max sustained winds have increased to near 145 miles an hour with higher gusts. It is Category 4. Additional intensification is forecast over the next day or so, followed by fluctuations in intensity. Melissa is expected to be a powerful major hurricane when making landfall in Jamaica Monday night or Tuesday morning. In southeastern Cuba late Tuesday, hurricane force winds extend outward up to 30 miles from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 205 miles from the center. Tropical storm conditions are likely occurring now in Jamaica. Hurricane conditions will begin by Monday. Rainfall forecast, generally the amounts still the same. 15 to 30 inches to portions of Jamaica, additional rainfall of 8 to 16 inches for southern Hispaniola through Wednesday, with local storm total maxima of 40 inches possible. Catastrophic flash flooding and numerous landslides are likely. Storm surge, same numbers. Peak storm surge could reach 9 to 13 feet above ground level. Life-threatening storm surge is likely along the south coast of Jamaica late Monday through Tuesday morning. Also, potential for significant storm surge along the southeast coast of Cuba. Late Tuesday or Wednesday, peak storm surge heights there could reach 6 to 9 feet above normal tide levels. Now, did they put the new cone up? Did they put the new map up? New track. Breaking news. New forecast track for the hurricane. Let's see where it is. Here it is. Did it maybe move a little to the west? Maybe a bit more to the west? I'm going to have to confirm with them. That is the current track right there. That's the new track. Now that's 2 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday. So late Monday or early Tuesday landfall, they're saying. DG says it has moved to the west. They'll say it in their forecast discussion, but my guess is that they'll say they moved it a bit to the west. I'm going to look right now. But there is the current forecast track. Okay, let's look at the discussion. To confirm, yes, the track forecast is a little west in the first 24 to 60 hours than it was. All right, let's get an update from the National Hurricane Center. Let's read this new forecast discussion here. They said, Jamaica, seek shelter now. Damaging winds and heavy rainfall tonight and Monday will cause catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding and numerous landslides before potentially, devastating winds arrive Monday night and Tuesday morning. Extensive infrastructural damage, long-duration power and communication outages, and isolation of communities are expected. Life-threatening storm surge and damaging waves are expected along portions of the southern coast Monday night and Tuesday morning. All right, here's the updated discussion here. After an earlier pause in intensification, this afternoon's Air Force Reserve reconnaissance mission has found Melissa intensifying again. I'm going to change the headline to Cat 4 Hurricane Melissa intensifying as it approaches Jamaica. There you go. After an earlier pause in intensification, the Air Force recon mission has found Melissa intensifying again. That is not good news. The minimum pressure has fallen 12 millibars from this morning's mission. It is millibars, right? Do I have that right? Yes, millibars. The pressure has dropped 12 millibars from this morning's mission, with the last drop sonde indicating a minimum pressure of 941. And the plane reported a shrinking eye wall down to 6 nautical miles in diameter. In addition to the very low pressure, the satellite presentation of Melissa remains very impressive, with 1-minute visible satellite images from a GOES 19 mesosector showing a very clear eye with a stadium effect. What's a stadium effect? I'm going to look that up. Stadium effect is the towering eye wall clouds slope outward with height, resembling the tiered seating of a sports stadium. That's correct. That's created by extremely strong rising air in the eye wall, which is forced outward at higher altitudes. That's interesting. That's from Google AI. Okay, and if we look at our satellite presentation, this is what they're talking about. That is tropicaltidbits.com. Look at that. That's one of the satellite shots. They say the impression, the satellite presentation is very impressive, they say, of this storm. I think that's like stadium effect right there, right? Because at the bottom, it's you have the eye, you have the dark center, and then as you move up, you can see the clouds, the tops, but they kind of move outward, like the tops move outward. It's like a bowl shape in there. David Media says, looks like a stadium with walls of cloud. Let's continue going over their new update. They said that, is it here? The eye temperature on water vapor imagery has continued to warm while the thick ring of eye wall cloud tops remains between 75 to 80 degrees negative 75 to negative 80 Celsius around the eye. The presentation of Melissa on radar reflectivity from Kingston, Jamaica has also improved, although there still appear to be hints of a moat forming around the inner eye wall, though without an obvious secondary eye wall formation yet. There could be an eye wall replacement cycle, which would result in, I think, in a bit less intensity, but a bigger storm, or a bigger eye wall, and this is the. This is the Jamaica radar. It kind of goes in and out, and it's a little delayed. I think the last frame is about an hour old, but at least you get a picture of what they're talking about there. Okay, let's go back to National Hurricane Center. They say subjective Dvorak CI numbers from both SAB and TAFB, I think that's satellite estimates of wind speed, were 140 knots with objective satellite estimates between 132 and 143 knots. However, Melissa's peak wind speeds from the last couple of recon missions have been lagging the satellite-based estimates. The last fix had peak flight level winds of only 129 knots, but a dropsonde also reported a 500-meter layer average of 142 knots, with an earlier dropsonde in the northeast eye wall with a maximum surface wind gust of 131 knots. This data is, they're just explaining the wind data they have. They say all of this data is enough to raise the maximum sustained winds to 125 knots. And look what they say here. Given the satellite presentation, this could be conservative. What they're saying is, look, our official estimate is it's gone up to 145 miles an hour max sustained winds. But given how this thing looks on the satellite, the wind speed could be actually higher. That's what they're saying. That's what I was saying to you before. I was saying, it looks pretty bad on the satellite. Is it possible that it's even higher than the official numbers? And they say, given what it looks like on the satellite, the actual wind speed may be higher than 145 max sustained. All right, so let's keep looking at the update. But again, very scary on satellite, and they are saying it looks really bad on the satellite. In terms of, by bad, I mean like a really strong storm. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back here. Direction. let's get the direction update. Melissa continues to move slowly westward, estimated at due west 4 knots. The hurricane has been moving a little faster to the west today, and this motion will likely continue for another 12 to 18 hours. While the narrow mid-level ridge to the north remains in place, soon a short-lived wave trough will be moving into the southeast United States, and this feature should create a weakness that Melissa will turn sharply northeast into as it gradually accelerates. The track guidance has shifted a little westward in this cycle again, and the National Hurricane Center track forecast was nudged a little, and the National Hurricane Center track forecast was nudged a little west again, but still shows landfall on Tuesday morning along the south coast of Jamaica. There remain some timing differences thereafter, but a second landfall is anticipated along the southeastern Cuba coast by Tuesday night or early Wednesday morning. As Melissa then accelerates into the southwestern Atlantic after Cuba, it will move through the Bahamas and potentially approach Bermuda by the day 4 to 5 time frame, with a reinforcing trough helping to kick it farther out to sea. The latest track forecast is a little west in the first 24 to 60 hours, but falls back near the previous forecast track thereafter. Okay, now, this is about the intensity. By the way, thanks, Bree. Bree says, haven't been able to reach my friend in Cuba. They already have no electricity. In Cuba, they're saying. Hope they're doing all right. Praying for Haiti, Jamaica, and Cuba. Dominican Republic and elsewhere are supposed to have some severe effects as well, and perhaps other places. Thank you so much, Bree. I hope your friend is okay in Cuba. Thank you, Robin, for your support as well. Okay, this is about the intensity. Now that Melissa is intensifying again, it seems more clear that the earlier pause in intensification was a temporary oscillation, and the hurricane now appears poised to intensify more in the short term. That's not good news. The latest intensity forecast from the NHC shows a little more intensification in 12 hours, but continues to show a peak intensity of 140 knots, 160 miles an hour, which is supported by the HAFSB model, which shows landfall of Melissa as a Category 5 catastrophic hurricane. The Google DeepMind AI model ensemble members also continue to indicate this Cat 5 peak, now with 48 of the 50 ensemble members. Basically, they run the model 50 times with slightly different initial conditions. 48 of those 50 runs of the Google AI DeepMind model have it reaching Cat 5. However, intercore processes like eye wall replacement cycles could occur at any time, and the current small eye of Melissa likely suggests an eye wall replacement cycle could begin in the next 24 hours or so. And they say that though it is very difficult to predict these occurrences with much skill. And when that happens, by the way, if there's an eye wall replacement cycle, what will happen is that, if I remember right, the storm can weaken during the eye wall replacement cycle. Wikipedia, for example, says the storm usually weakens during this phase. Hold on a second. But then it can strengthen again. Yeah, and also so what happens is if there's an eye wall replacement cycle, you can get temporary weakening, but afterwards the eye is bigger, so that can expand that can make it a larger area where the strongest impacts of the hurricane take place. So you might think, oh, it's great for Jamaica if there's an eye wall replacement cycle. Well, it can temporarily lower the intensity, but it might expand the area which is getting the worst of the storm. That's what I'm saying. Anyways, we'll keep an eye out for that. After landfall in Jamaica, Melissa will likely weaken some due to the interaction with Jamaica's high terrain, but it is still expected to be a major hurricane when crossing the Cuba coastline on Tuesday night. After emerging into the southwestern Atlantic Ocean, increasing vertical wind shear should continue gradual weakening through the end of the forecast, with the possibility Melissa could start extratropical transition by day 5. Okay, so again, currently the forecast is for it to get to Category 5, and perhaps you could see 160 miles an hour, but perhaps even be Category 5 at landfall. Something they've said before the National Hurricane Center is it's not a huge difference to the damage if it's a Cat 4 or Cat 5 at landfall. It's still incredibly serious situation either way. I forget, I actually, what I'll do is I'll show you from one of the past forecast, from the forecast discussions. I can just pull one from earlier to show you that. Right. So in an earlier discussion, they said it is worth stressing there is very little practical difference in the overall impacts of a Category or Category 5, Category 4 or Category 5 landfall, and Melissa is expected to be at least that intensity when it moves over Jamaica early next week. So Category 4 or Category 5, not a huge difference, they say, in terms of the impact. Obviously, 5 might be a little worse, but they're saying it's extraordinarily serious either way. Amy Manley said, an eyewall replacement cycle, temporary weakening can be small, and it won't feel like much of a reprieve in real time. That's what our viewers said. So, yeah, this is not good news, guys. Hurricane Melissa has resumed strengthening, resumed intensifying. Scary satellite presentation. The National Hurricane Center update just talked about this satellite presentation, talking about how impressive it is. It suggests that the wind speed might even be more than the official numbers. So, and at this point, so this is tropicaltidbits.com. I don't know that there's aircraft recon. Yeah, so this one's in the storm, but I think, so what happens is when the plane is in the storm, it'll do a couple passes, several passes right through the middle of it, where you get the strongest wind speeds and the lowest pressure towards the center area. But I don't know that this one that's in the storm is going to do any more passes will it do any more passes? I'm looking at the past ones. Well, this one did a number of them. If you look at this one here, this mission, you can look at how many passes it did through the center. Looks like it did 1, 2, 3. I think this one has only done 1, 2. I think it's done 3. My point is, this plane might be done going through the most intense part of the hurricane. If that's the case, we won't get aircraft recon data until this plane gets there. And this plane's not going to be there for a little while. This is the NOAA 2 Mission 17. You can actually see it on Flight Radar 24. There it is. If we go show on map, and it hasn't even gotten south of Florida yet. It took off about a half an hour ago, and it needs to get down here. So yeah, that's not going to be there for a little while. There's the eye of the storm down here. That's how far it's flown in a half an hour. So, I mean, just look, I guess the point is, well, here's the point. It'll get there in time for the next update, because the next major update is in 6 hours. I don't know if they would do an updated, well, the forecast update, they could, then even the intermediate update is at 8 p.m. Eastern time. And it's currently 5:20 p.m. So Will it get there in time and go through the center for the 8 p.m. update to reflect new data? Maybe it will. I don't know. Oh, Pat W. says Matthew Capucci is on this one. I saw him post about being on one. So, again, just eyeballing it, we have about 2.5 hours until the 8 p.m. Eastern intermediate update. And it is now 5:20, 2.5 hours, and that's how far it's flown in 36 minutes. So, I don't know, maybe in an hour and a half or so, it might get down here. So maybe we'll get information from this aircraft shortly before the 8 p.m. update. Now C6R1S says this will be the 11 p.m. update, I believe. It certainly looks like this will have data for the 11 p.m. update, but I'm wondering if it could have data for the 8 p.m. update. Also, I don't know, maybe there's some sort of satellite estimates they might be able to use to help. I don't know, though. Is there satellite estimates of wind speed they can use? My point is, if that plane is not getting those updates before 8 p.m., is there any other data they would use, or would they just wait to update the speed and the pressure till 11? Artful Nothing says yes. Cookie Monster says yes. So some of our viewers are saying there is, I can look this up. Let me ask. This sounds like an AI question. If there's no Hurricane Hunter aircraft data for a while, can NHC use other data to estimate pressure and wind speed? And Gemini AI, for what it's worth, says they can use satellite data as well as models. Also the Dvorak technique and advanced versions estimates wind and pressure by analyzing cloud tops, by analyzing the storm's cloud pattern symmetry and the temperature of the eye and surrounding cloud tops using satellite imagery. Then there's microwave imagery. There's other. So basically, there's ocean surface wind data. Anyways, it sounds like there are other ways they can use to estimate wind speed and pressure, other than having the Hurricane Hunter aircraft there. Hey, thanks to JD63. That's really nice of you. Thank you, JD63. Okay, somebody asked about the live shot. For the moment, I have the harbor shot right now for you. Hold on. Here is the harbor shot from Kingston Harbor live. There's Kingston Harbor. This one is from Reuters. I mean, it's from Sea Jamaica, but I'm getting it through Reuters. Also, I'm getting it through AFP. Getting it through both. I'm not getting volume on this one. I don't know that this has volume on this shot. We had volume before on the other one. I don't think this camera has volume on it. Oh, thanks so much also to Fred Flintstone for the gift memberships. That's really nice of you, Fred. Fred gave 20 people memberships. Make sure you thank Fred or somebody else if they give you a membership or a gift subscription. Thanks to Hot Richard for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. Uh-oh, what happened there? Yeah, I know what's happening there. Okay, I see. I see what's happening. Yeah, again. So this is from See Jamaica, but I'm using this because I have access to it through Reuters. I would like to get other access to See Jamaica streams, and I reached out to them, but I have not heard back from See Jamaica directly. The See Jamaica stream that I don't currently have access to of Kingston, the city, does have audio on it. We're bringing you live coverage. So I'm going to say live. What I might end up doing is the next update is 8 p.m., which is the intermediate update. What I might do is take a break during the stream and eat and leave the live cam up. Although we can always leave the satellite up too. I don't know. Right now it's 4:25 local time. When is sunset in Kingston? We'll have daylight for a while. I don't know how informative this will be, this shot, when it's nighttime. Actually, sunset is 5:38 p.m., okay? So we got about an hour more of daylight there. But yeah, I'm going to keep the stream going, but I may end up throwing some food in and then disappearing for a little bit to eat the food because I got to eat something. But let me put up on the screen the clock for the next update. That's going to be at eight. There. Did I get it right? Next NHC hurricane update. I should say next, not new. That's what I should say. Next NHC hurricane update in 2/31/38. Doesn't have to be so big. Well, I'm going to leave it like that. Hold on. What I can also do is when I go eat, I can play the rest of the press briefing. Also, I can put the satellite up too. Let me practice doing that. So what I would need to do for the satellite is do this. What I would do is put the satellite, I know where I'd put it. Well, if I leave, I'll put I can put it there, and then I can say from tropicaltidbits.com. That's what I'll do. There, see? So you get both things. You know what? Probably I should actually make it a little bigger. Do this. Well, I want to get the island in, so I don't know that it was that different. Let's see. there. What I'm going to do right now, I think, again, this is going to be getting worse, and landfall is expected late Monday or early Tuesday. As we look at the Kingston Harbor live shot. What I'm going to do is give me a moment. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take about 5, oops, I see what just happened. Hold on a second. Everything's messing up. Hold on. Give me one moment. What I'm first going to do is fix what I just did and get the radar back up. That's what I have to do first. Give me one moment. All right, here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take about 5 minutes and put some food in the air fryer because I got to eat something. But we're going to stay live, right? And in about five minutes or a little more, I'll come back and we'll talk more. And then once the food is done, I'll go eat it. And maybe while I eat it, I'll play the rest of the press conference from Jamaica. So I'm not eating yet. I'm just putting the food in the air fryer. But I got to do it. Got to eat something. And that way we can stay on the air. But what I'm going to do is post on the top of the broadcast. Steve will be back in around 5 minutes. Maybe a couple minutes longer than that, but I'll assume roughly 5 minutes. And we're going to keep this stream going. Okay. Make sense? Make sense? So, hang out. Give me about 5 minutes or so. I got the satellite up there from tropicaltidbits.com. We got the See Jamaica live shot via Reuters and AFP. Give me about 5 minutes or a little more. Let me put the food in, and I'll be back. And after I get the food in the air fryer. Okay, thanks for your patience. I am keeping the stream going, but I have some food in the air fryer right now, which I'm going to eat in a few minutes. But for the moment, keeping the so I'll be here, and then when I go eat, we'll keep the footage up and we'll keep the stream going. But this is a very serious situation, and this is a strengthening hurricane. Strengthening current. Max sustained wind 145 miles an hour, but it may even be more at the moment, said the National Hurricane Center. Scary looking on that on the radar from tropical, on the satellite from Tropical Tidbits. And oops, what I want to do is which one is it? That one? There it is. I can take that away for now. Let me check also. For the moment, I'm going to get rid of the satellite because I need to look at something. What I should do? Actually, give me a moment. Let me fix something here. If we take this off, move that, remove this. Let me throw this. Can we throw this over here? No. Oh, I know what I'll do. Give me one moment here. What I'm going to here, let me just do this way with the satellite. I'll do it this way. Do this. Get it right here. There we go. Now that's back. Get that in the corner. Hold on. One moment. I am just fixing this. There. So you can see Jamaica north of the storm there. Okay, we did that. And give me about 15, I need about 15 seconds. Give me about 15 seconds. Okay. Now, when I go eat my food, I think I'll play I'll put on the rest of the press briefing from Jamaica. There's no Hurricane Hunter aircraft. Well, there is one, but is it leaving? Let me see. I don't know if we're going to get new data from the Hurricane Hunter aircraft that's in there right now. Let me just look it up. Here. Aircraft recon. Yeah, this is Tropical Tidbits right there. There is a plane in the storm, but I don't know that it's going to make another pass through the most intense area. And there's another plane heading to the storm, but that's not going to be there for a little while. So my point is, if there were a plane right now flying through the most intense part of the storm, that would give us some new numbers about the wind speed and the pressure, but we don't have that right now. You can check that at tropicaltidbits.com. You can go yourself and look at the aircraft reconnaissance. So we'll be checking on that, when we'll be live, I think, when that plane gets there, and we'll actually watch what the NOAA 2 mission, we'll see what the data is when it comes in a little later in the stream. A quick thank you, by the way, to Jill Zimmerman, our new member, Kim Chen, our new member. Thank you, Pete, for being a member for 7 months. Thanks, Nina Drew. Thanks to Kenny O for the gift membership. Also, hold on a second here. I'm going to have to go in there in a second. Thanks to our moderators like DeBears, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew, Kohai 3, Sarah, Riff Tracks, and Surly Dev on Twitch, on Facebook. Our viewer on Facebook, Linda A. Delaney Norman, says, it looks awful. This hurricane is terrifying, and to be on an island, pray for everyone in its fury. Thanks, Linda. Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry, Body Paul Anderson, Shannon Davis Hughes moderating on Facebook, Linda Belk Larry, and Misha on X on YouTube. RJ is there. Thanks, RJ. Janet B. I need about 15 seconds again. Give me 15 seconds. One moment. Once I eat, my brain will be working a bit better. Yeah, so that's the plan. Is we're going to be on the air, and maybe I don't know if it's going to be like an hour and a half or so from now, but we'll keep an eye on when that new aircraft gets there. What are its readings going to show when that new aircraft gets there? I'm very interested in seeing that. Congress says it doesn't look like it's going to turn north. How do they predict that? I mean, this is just, the miracle of science, that weather forecasting, they know when what the surrounding weather is going to be and when it changes. And the weather systems around it will change such that it will be pushed by the winds to the north. I think they said, in about 12 to 18 hours? Is that what they said in the update? They said... They thought it was going to move west for another 12 to 18 hours before making that turn. Oh, the new model run is posted from Google. Google DeepMind AI weather model. They posted their new model run. Let me show you that. Hold on. This is from Google, their AI model, which is well respected. All right, so here it is. Look, they run the model, I think, 50 times with slightly different initial conditions. So look, that's the latest one. See that there? So this shows you each dot is one of the model runs, and I think maybe the icon, the 4 icon is the average. But that gives you a sense of a range of possibilities there. But you see it sort of going over the western part of the island. So they just updated this on their site a short while ago. But just to give you a sense of where it's going to go, where the path is. And then if you keep going, it goes over eastern Cuba, and then it heads out, and it goes near Bermuda eventually. See? I need one more second here. Give me another 15 seconds. Okay, thanks for bearing with me. So one of our viewers said, is it moving away from Jamaica? Well, it's moving to the west, but eventually it's going to just turn towards Jamaica and go northeast towards Jamaica. But for the next 12, 18 hours, it's supposed to keep moving west, and then make that turn. So what I'm going to do, again, my plan is to, in about a minute, I'm going to go eat and leave the stream up, and maybe I'll put up at the top there. Where did I have it here? There. Ah, see that? That's from earlier today. Can I fit everything on the screen? So much to fit on the screen. So maybe I'll play for you guys. I would assume you wouldn't mind hearing, I'd like to hear it, but I'm going to be eating. But I would assume you wouldn't mind hearing some of the audio from this. Give me 1 second, though, before I do that. Where is, okay. Do you guys want me to play while I'm eating the part of the press briefing that you hadn't heard? Or do you want me to just leave these two things up there? I'm listening in the chat to see what you guys say. I don't know if you really care. More people are saying yes than no right now. Now it's about even. Okay, yeah, I'll just play it. I'll make it small and I'll put it at the top. It's not, you can always turn the volume down if you don't want to hear it. So I'll put this there. I gotta have enough room to do everything. So that's from earlier today. All right, where's the other thing I have? See, it says earlier today. And then I'm going to say also, after a meal break. Steve will be back after a meal break. See, it says Steve will be back after a meal break. All right, well, that should let people know. I'll put this here. Put this here. All right, we good? I'm going to have to keep an eye on this thing, though, because I think there's like a half hour of it. I'll have to come and stop it when it stops. All right, so I'm going to press play on this. On this was a press briefing from earlier from Jamaica. I'll leave up the live cam and the radar from tropicaltidbits.com. Great site. You can go to tropicaltidbits.com yourself for the radar and the aircraft recon and a bunch of other great coverage of tropical weather. And let me go eat something, and I'll come back right after I eat. I appreciate you guys being here. Primrose Palmer is in Jamaica. Thanks. Special shout out to everybody in Jamaica. I hope everybody stays safe there. It's a very dangerous situation. So let me just disappear and go eat. And I'll be back after I eat, and I will press play on this. Hopefully this works.
Thank you very much, Minister Vaz. And so we are going to close out this briefing with our last presentation, and then we'll take questions. But it will be from Minister Mackenzie, the Deputy Chair of our National Disaster Risk Management Council. And he has been the one that's coordinating everything, and so he'll have some very important updates for the country. Thank you. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister, colleague, Minister Evan, officials from ADPEM and members of appointed minister, officials from ADPEM, members of the media, Jamaica, good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to advise the country that we have activated all shelters across Jamaica. So shelters are fully activated, and persons who wants to go to the shelters, they can do so because the shelters have been activated. There are two areas of concern I want to address quickly. One, I spoke yesterday about the number of cranes, construction cranes, that are left hanging across the corporate area and other sections of the island. Not much has been done since I spoke about it, but I want to advise those persons that they will be held responsible for any damage, loss of life, that those cranes and construction material might contribute to. It is not late to take them down. I am asking those who have up those cranes, right around here in New Kingston, you see them up, still up, making one final appeal. The other area of concern involves some of our homeless population. And I noticed that a lot of people is criticizing the government because there is one homeless man in the Harborview area who got personal attention from the Inspector of Poor and the Secretary of the Board of Supervision, who went out and engaged him in lengthy conversation, trying to convince him it is in his best interest to go to the shelters. And he refused. I saw in one of this morning's newspaper that one homeless man said he'd rather die on the street than going into the shelters. I want to make it clear that we have made all the necessary provisions to remove the homeless population. We have provided public transport to take them to the various facilities right across the center, and we will continue to do so as long as conditions allow us to do so. The question of the mandatory movements will be addressed, but let me say to Jamaica that I don't think we need an order to move from the areas that we know are vulnerable communities. Very encouraging, despite there are still persons in Port Royal who don't want to leave. The Member of Parliament, Philip Paulwell, called me last night to say that a significant number of persons in Port Royal have started to move or have left the community. And we will still be providing transportation in all the communities. And if you listen to what Evan said about the level of rainfall and the possibility of flooding, many of these communities will not survive this flooding. Again, I urge persons living in low-lying areas, areas that are vulnerable to flooding. It is not too late. If you're having problems to move, call the ODPEM. The numbers are available. We will assist you if you are having problems in moving. I said yesterday, and I'm going to repeat it again. When this event comes, it is going to be impossible for us, after all the attempts that we have been making, to advise persons, begging persons to leave. It is going to be difficult for us to say to our first responders, go out and risk your lives now, for someone who refused when it was conducive for them to leave. It might sound harsh, but it is the reality. And I don't believe many people in this country realize what is it we are facing. And the government continues to play its part, and nobody can deny that the government has not been proactive. And I want to say something which is pertinent in saying, based on the assessment that was done by the government after burial, the committee headed by former commissioner, who is now ambassador to the United States, a lot of findings. We look at the findings and the recommendations, and a lot of what came out of those recommendations are being implemented as I speak. So our shelters are up and running. Transportation to transport people to the shelters are available. The critical communities know themselves. Rocky Point in Clarendon, Portland Cottage, Bamboo River in St. Thomas, New Haven, Riverton City, Taylorlands. I can go on and name. These communities know themselves. They know the difficulties. And with a Category 4 hurricane, with the possibility of raising to a Category 5, there is nothing more we can do as a government but to beg and beseech persons to heed the warning. And if it will help, I will go on my knees. It is a collective response of all of us as Jamaicans that will take us through. This is just the beginning. And if anybody believes that being stubborn helps, well, that is their funeral. This is one bet you cannot win. You cannot bet against Melissa. Don't do it because you can't win. And I'm urging Jamaicans, we'll be back later on if needs be to give further updates. Minister Dixon have indicated that we'll be back tomorrow morning. And if possible, we can come back on Tuesday. We will be coming back. We will continue to speak to the country. But we can only speak as loud as you will allow us to speak. So, the shelters are up. The Ministry of Labour and Social Security have started to make arrangements to provide relief supplies for all our shelters. The shelter numbers are up, and I'm going to ask Miss Edwards to come and to give some numbers that persons can make contact. It is important, ladies and gentlemen, Jamaicans, I beg of you, I urge you. And as a praying country, let us continue to pray for God's guidance and strength as we commence this journey that only God knows where it will end. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, Minister Mackenzie, Minister Vaz, heads of entities here, Board Chairman, ODPEM team, media. The numbers that Minister spoke about will be, of course, placed on various. Can't hear? I have to speak a little louder. Is this better? All right. So just to indicate that the numbers that Minister spoke about will be accessible on the various platforms that are there for the information that is being provided by the ODPEM. And we want persons to, of course, go to these platforms, the ODPEM website, the WhatsApp channel, the JIS, all of the information that we have for emergency numbers, high-risk areas are all there. In terms of shelters, we do have approximately 31 shelters already activated. And so persons, we, Minister, seem to be taking the information very seriously. And we just want to encourage persons. It is a very dangerous hurricane that is approaching us. And we want to make sure that every Jamaican is safe. And so we are asking persons to heed the messages from the various entities, the Met Office, the ODPEM, the JIS, the other entities of government that is providing information to keep us safe. And we can't overemphasize the importance of us being prepared, of us taking the information seriously, because we don't really want to have any sort of catastrophic information or any sort of catastrophic or life loss on this watch. And so I just want to encourage every Jamaican out there to take the information seriously. Persons that live in low-lying and flood-prone areas, we ask you to evacuate because the storm is approaching us. And so I just want to just say to the teams that have been working very hard, thank you for your work. Thank you for all of the efforts that you've put in so far. The coordination is a number of parts. And so, it is, to bring it all together and to have it seamless is, a lot of dedication and hard work from a lot of persons from various entities, ministries, and departments. And so I just want to just say that may the Lord just keep us safe through the passage of this storm as it approaches us. And we just ask you all to also be safe. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And also the emergency number for ODPEM, you can always call that number. There's a team here in this building that is taking the calls. If you're in any trouble, you can call that number. Yes, we have the numbers online for all shelters, but there's a main number here, and we'll put it up after this press conference. There's some questions. Minister Vaz, I know you need to give us some more updates, and then we'll take more questions.
Just to reiterate Minister Mackenzie's message a while ago, I just received a WhatsApp update from the JUTC. They have responded to 4 evacuations calls since yesterday, I suspect through ODPEM. As far as Flaggerman in St. Elizabeth, where the residents refused to board the bus. So we sent a bus all the way to Flaggerman in St. Elizabeth. No response. Old Harbor Bay, yesterday, only 10 persons boarded the bus. Port Royal and Raytown today, same response. So we have deployed our resources and are awaiting boarding. So we actually, there's going to have buses on spot now, parked, waiting to evacuate, and the response is not there. So I want to reiterate based on what Minister Mackenzie just said, and also to say that the update from JUTC as of right now is that they are running limited operations and will likely cease operations by mid-afternoon due to rising water levels, low visibility, and of course, the weather coming closer. JUTC is also providing special support in transporting medical staff to the KPH, and we are prepared to respond to similar requests from the public health sector. So again, just indicating that we are doing everything physically possible. And to say, as Desmond rightly said a while ago, you cannot win this bet, so don't gamble. Last but not least, two numbers that I would like to share with you to report vandalism of the telcos, which is a major problem, including this morning on Red Hills Road. 876-922-4357. So that would be 876-922-HELP. And also, for Digicel, that would be Flow. For Digicel, we have a number here. That I just received, 876-355-5000. 876-355-5000. That's to report vandalism on the both telcos. And as I said before, for every time somebody does anything to harm the property of the telcos, whether it be diesel oil or generators or fiber, cable, it is only going to set us back in our recovery efforts. So I see the officer nodding. Zero tolerance. Zero tolerance. Thank you.
All right, thank you again, Minister Vaz. Any other minister wants to say something in addition? No? All right, okay, we're going to be taking the questions from the media, and we also have some questions also online that have been coming through, and so I'm going to be able to ask those questions that are coming from the public. But let me start with the media that's here. Thank you to the members of the media for coming out. I also want to acknowledge that we're live on television. We're also live across most radio stations, and so I want to thank all of our media houses for doing their part in getting the information out to Jamaica. All right, so I'm going to have, offices tomorrow. Just to note, as you would have heard from Evan Thompson's update, government offices will be closed tomorrow. I already have the question about schools. Schools will be closed tomorrow. And so we're also encouraging our private sector partners to also follow suit. All right, so the first question is from Zara Burton. We don't have the regular setup as in OPM, so you'll have to just ask a question. I may have to ask it back.
Hi.
Oh, she has one. Okay, good.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I am Zara Burton, working today for Reuters. They asked just a while ago why no mandatory evacuation yet. Just wanted to get that clarified. I'm sorry if I missed it. Desmond Mackenzie, I think you had said that there was none yet. Minister. So I just want clarification on that. 2, also Minister Mackenzie, is it 31 I just heard shelters that are activated or all? Because I thought you said all, but then I heard 31. So is it?
So all are activated, only 31 have individuals having shown up so far.
Okay, yes. Understood.
Yes.
Okay.
But they've all been activated now. That order was made by Minister Mackenzie.
Activations, it's 8.
It's 881.
881.
Shelters that we have across the island. And remember that we'll have the shelters, but we don't necessarily have anyone wanting to go in the shelters yet. And as you would have seen outside, I know at least in Kingston, you have some showers on and off. No real flooding as yet. And so we expect that as conditions change, more individuals will go to the shelter. 218 persons are in the shelters now. That's a number I'm being provided by ODPEM.
Okay.
Yes.
Also, God, what is this? Minister Vaz, this is for you. Internet for reporters. I just wanted to know if there is a provision possible when you speak to the Starlink people for us to, let us say, patch into something special so that we can get access to internet consistently throughout the storm.
The best case scenario for that would be to be in touch with Starlink directly. But
Okay.
We can discuss it.
Okay.
We'll do what we can.
Okay. Also, set schedule for reporters for the daily conferences. Will there be, any kind of like set schedule that you're hoping to at least, or general guidance that you can give us throughout the storm?
Okay,
Or
I will
you-
answer that one.
Yeah.
So in terms of schedule for briefings, we will be doing this each day. Today we moved into the emergency center, so it took us a little while to set up thanks to the GIS team and the ODPEM team. But tomorrow morning we'll have our usual 10:30 briefing. Now that happens at 10:30 because ODPEM needs time to liaise with the National Hurricane Center in the morning. And so at 10:30 tomorrow, we'll do this again right here in ODPEM. We are also willing to do other briefings as the day goes on. I know some media houses have asked if they can have their reporters ensconced here, and we will allow that. That's usually the way it happens. So if some media houses want to have their people here with us, they are allowed to be here with us. We don't want a information vacuum out there, and so we're being as open as we can.
Okay. The questions.
Thank you.
The
Evacuation orders. And so that is actually being worked on as we speak. I expect that later today you will hear some more on mandatory evacuation orders. Given what Mr. Thompson has said, it is looking like we do need to do that. And you would have heard from Minister Vaz that buses were sent to particularly vulnerable areas. Individuals at that time yesterday did not want to leave. We may have to do evacuation orders, and that decision is going to be taken later this afternoon. And we will tell you as soon as it is done. We'll send out a media advisory on it. All right, Mahiri.
Afternoon, everybody. Mahiri Stewart, Nationwide News. I know Minister Morgan isn't here, but if there's anyone that's been in touch with him, in terms of the Sandy Gully, I know there are residents near Riverton and Seaview Gardens who are concerned about the growth that's in there at the moment, worried about the inches of rainfall, and they want to know if there's any emergency clearance that will be done in that area, and if not, what should they do?
I did speak with Minister Morgan, and work has been taking place in the Sandy Gully. But the information is that those who are working had to go and deal with their family. But the work to clear the mouth of the Sandy Gully to allow free access will continue for as long as possible.
If it's a case where it's not completely clear by the time the hurricane is expected to meet, what would the advice be to people in that area?
Well, all of that area, if you look at the radar, points to sea surge, waves, storm surge. So those areas, look, the fact is that Kingston is low, extremely low. So there's no denying that with excess rainfall and a lot of flooding, there are going to be communities that will be flooded. There's no community in Kingston that is immune from flooding, especially those communities below Spanish Town Road. Below Spanish Town Road. So that is something that everybody needs to bear in mind.
All right, Minister, I just wanted to add on the Sandy Gully. Our ministers are always working. So I have online Minister Nesta Morgan, Robert Nesta Morgan, who will give an update. So I'm just going to put it on speaker. We're gonna be as resilient as we can be. Minister Morgan, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Morris Dixon. I'm actually in the hills of Clarendon preparing for
the possible hurricane. I listened to the question from my hearer, and I just wanted to give a quick update as to what we have done at the Sandy Gully. So the initial urgent matter was to protect the bridge that joins Spanish Town Road. That bridge is an important connector between the outside of the city and the city. It connects the ports, it connects the important health facilities such as the KPH, and it's also an important commerce carriageway. The second objective of what we did on Sandy Gully is to ensure that water flows to the sea. So we recognize that it would have been impossible for us to remove all the debris that is beyond the bridge, which is adjacent to Seaview. So we have created a large waterway that carries water to the sea. This does not negate the fact that sections of that area are actually on or below sea level. And as Minister Mackenzie said, if there's a storm surge, if there's significant water, persons are being advised to listen to the advisories from the Ministry of Local Government, the Office of Disaster Preparedness, because while we have done a lot of work and we've protected the bridge and have created a channel for the water to move, persons still have to take their safety in mind and watch what is happening and listen to the bulletins and listen to the instructions of the constituted authorities.
All right. Thank you very much, Minister. And be safe.
Thank you very much, Dr. Marston. Thank you.
All right. Told you. Our ministers are always ready to answer your questions. All right. There are more questions right here. I think Mahiri is going to ask another question.
Yes, just an update on the toll for the highways and at what point those will be made free.
Shortly.
Very shortly.
As the weather gets closer. So I would estimate this afternoon.
Okay. And is there any update you can give in terms of the evacuation of students? I know that there's a bus system for tertiary students around the area in UA and UTech. What was the success rate of that?
They reached out to us yesterday, so JUTC has been in touch with them.
Minister Vaz, Minister Vaz was saying, I don't know if you're hearing in terms of Jamaica or Jamaicans who are listening, but Minister Vaz is saying that a bus was made available for UE and UTech students, and JUTC has been working with them in terms of evacuation from there. Those are your questions? All right. Do we have any other questions from the media? Okay. Zara, we're just getting you mic'd so that we can hear the question appropriately.
Burton, Reuters again for today. I wanted to ask Minister Vaz, phone lines from Flow, I still on my phone can't seemingly make calls. I just wanted to know if you have any update. I know that there was a press conference with some of the telcos, but any update?
There was a press conference today. It was dealt with where there was some vandalism this morning. They assured us that they would have it back up, repaired, and have the service back up by this afternoon.
Okay, but what time?
So it's specific to Flow. That's where the complaints are coming from, and that was in terms of telephone service.
Okay.
So we should hope that vandalism was the cause of it. So it would have affected especially people using the phones in the corporate area.
Okay, and this question is for, I don't know which minister is the right minister for this particular one, but WPIX reporter in New York, she's a meteorologist friend of mine. She was asking about evacuations. What are the preparations being made for, let us say, people get cut off from being able to, get into the regular roads by landslides or whatever?
There will be a collaborative effort between ADPEM, Ministry of Local Government, NWA. So the war room will take care of those things as they occur. So this, where we are sitting here now, will be the epicenter of the operations between now through this hurricane and after. So all the collaboration will take place and the information will go out as is required, depending on the information that comes into us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the media that's here? No? Okay, I'm going to take some other questions that I had seen in online, and so just let me get to them. There was a question about Portmore and storm surge. I know Minister Mackenzie, you had spoken about generally the South Coast, and you had also spoken about Kingston. Portmore, I'm assuming there is an issue there. Evan, would you like to speak on Portmore? Because there are questions on Portmore and along the south, what to expect. So if you can get some more information on that, that would be good.
Yes, thanks for the question. The most I can say right now is that there is a model that is indicating the level of storm surge that is expected. Portmore is within that area that storm surge would be expected because it would be east of the center of the system when it makes landfall. So any of those areas along the coast, moving from coastal Clarendon through coastal St. Catherine, including the areas of Helsha, Portmore areas, and coming right through into Kingston and St. Andrew, could experience some amount of storm surge. Of course, differing levels. I know the highest levels were more in areas of Clarendon, parts of like Portland Cottage and some of those other areas that we've heard about having experienced flooding in the past in coastal Clarendon, Mitchelltown, etc. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another question I had to do with the homeless shelters. My GIS team, what do we do? Thank you. I have the best team at GIS. I have to tell all of Jamaica, they're just absolutely excellent and so supportive, and they're all here away from their families, and we do appreciate them so much. I have a question about the homeless shelters, Minister Mackenzie. I think they're asking about where these homeless shelters are. I know we've posted them online, but if you could just say a few words on the homeless shelters.
The homeless shelters are situated in every parish capital. So we have drop-in centers, we have shelters, and there are also some of the homeless are being housed in certain sections of the shelters that are situated. So a homeless person, they will know where to find it. There are still people on the ground as I speak out there dealing with the homeless population. So every parish have more than one shelter for the homeless. And let me say this, based on the survey that we were doing on the homeless population, we would have identified locations where these homeless people are. And that survey has helped us to go and find those persons. So it is not difficult this time to find them, because when we did the survey, we found them at the location that they would normally hang out. And we have been moving the homeless persons.
All right, thank you, Minister. I have another question which had to do with emergency assistance and what kind of assistance we're getting from the region and elsewhere. We've already gotten many of our international partners pledging to support, and ODPEM is the lead agency for organizing that in conjunction with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. And so our missions overseas, they are already in touch with many of our partners. One key partner that we do have is SEDIMA. And here with us, we have Mandela Christian, who is representing SEDIMA, and that is our Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency. And so our colleagues across the region, they have this body that comes together and provides disaster assistance. And they are already here helping with the coordination here in Jamaica, and will be lending support and coordinating that support from across the Caribbean. And so, this isn't just, one country or two countries we are getting support from. We are actually getting regional support, and we have to acknowledge SEDIMA and all the support that we get from them in these very difficult times. Those are all the questions that I have. I'm not seeing any other question. As we said, and as we close out, as we heard earlier from Evan Thompson, we are going to be experiencing this hurricane in terms of the intensity of it tomorrow night into Tuesday morning, but we are going to be feeling tropical storm conditions before then. We have to be very safe. There are many low-lying areas. We've heard the rainfall numbers. They're numbers we've never heard before. And so there is a high likelihood of flooding. We ask all our Jamaicans to please heed this warning. If you're asked to evacuate, your life is so important. And we want you to remain safe. So please listen to the authorities. On another note, it was just so devastating this morning to think that we are out of communication because of vandalism. Vandalism as we are about to face a hurricane, a very strong hurricane. This is not how we treat each other, and this is not the Jamaica that we all know. And so many people can't communicate right now because someone stole copper. That cannot be the way we prepare for a hurricane. I know we are better than that, and we need to do what we can to demonstrate that we are better than that. And so as you hear the warnings, please listen to them, and also remember that we're all in this together. Everybody is important, and we have to take care of everyone. If you know anyone who's elderly, anyone who has a disability needs support, please reach out to them so that they can be supported. And as always, look for the ODPEM numbers. ODPEM leads on disaster response. And so use those numbers so that you can get to an emergency personnel, a member of the emergency crew if you need it. But remember, after the storm starts, there's very little they can do. So if you can evacuate, we ask you to evacuate now. And so thank you, Minister Mackenzie, for all of your leadership. Thank you, Minister Vaz, and thanks to Minister Samuda, who had to leave. And of course, thanks to Evan Thompson, who we all rely on, and the entire Met Office team. And as always, as we close out this press briefing, we ask that you continue to pray for this country. Prayers work. They have worked time and time again, and let us continue to pray, and let us continue to pray that God will bless Jamaica land we love. Thank you.
Okay, that timing actually worked. I was listening to that while I was eating, and so that was the remainder of the press conference from today. Hey, I forgot to show you something before that I forgot about, and I wanted to show you this. Give me 2 seconds here. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. So there is a new rainfall map. It is really scary. The new rainfall map, I forgot it. When the National Hurricane Center did their new update an hour and a half ago, they issued a new rainfall map, and I just forgot to look at it. It is really scary. This track has been moving more west, and there can be benefits of it moving west, which is that, for example, for Kingston, the farther away the track is for Kingston, the less likely it is that they're going to get, strong storm surge and stronger winds. But as it's moved west, the track, more of the country has been projected to get extreme rainfall. So look at this rainfall map here. This is the latest one. Look at this. Most of Jamaica, the majority is now at 20 plus inches. Just a day or two ago, it was like a sliver of eastern Jamaica was at 20 plus inches. Now, the majority of the country is at 20 plus inches. And that's happened as that track has moved to the west. And you also see, like in the Dominican Republic, I think a couple days ago, some of it was at 16 to 20, but and also some of Southwest Haiti, I think, was in 20 to 30 range the last day or two. But what's happened is the track has moved west. So the heavy rainfall has shifted more to the west. And you see, it does say possible up to 40 inches in isolated areas there. But yeah, I mean, it's just, the majority of the country is over 20 inches of rainfall forecast. That's not maximum, that's like everywhere. So that's really scary. That is really, really scary. And it's very different than a couple days ago in terms of the rainfall forecast. And that's just the rainfall. That's not the wind. That's not the storm surge. Over how long? Well, it is a 4-day rainfall forecast. I'm guessing there'll be a lot more of it as the storm is, making its approach and moving over the island. They also said in the press conference that they had sent some buses out to evacuate people, and people haven't wanted to evacuate yet, generally speaking, but they may issue evacuation orders, mandatory orders in Jamaica, for like some of the most vulnerable areas, maybe storm surge areas. I mean, the problem is that the majority of the island is expecting 20 or more inches of rainfall. So, yeah, Katoshi says, where are you going to go to? So it's not like it's just a little bit of the island expecting 20 plus inches of rainfall. It's the majority of the island. So and I'm guessing also you can't like evacuate, everyone. You can't just realistically if you're doing it by bus. I don't know, but I'm assuming that, there's a limit to how many people you can evacuate without jamming up traffic or whatever. So I don't know. I mean, this is really scary, but that rainfall diagram is quite scary. One of the ministers said that he thought that people weren't really appreciating like how bad this is going to be. So that's really bad. That chart. Oh, thanks, Jason T. Jason, I was meaning to look at that. Yeah, Jamaica is about 150 miles wide. To give you a sense of how much of that island is in the 20 to 50 inches range, it looks like about 2/3. So that's like about 100 miles. That's not a couple miles. Looks to be about 100 of the 150 miles in length is in the 20 plus inches range. About 2.8 million people live on Jamaica. By the way, a quick thank you to, excuse me. Quick thank you to Bear Mom and Charlie, our new members. Samantha Wilson, that's very kind of you. Thank you, Samantha Wilson. Samantha says, everyone pray. I mean, this is all the signs of just being absolutely disastrous for Jamaica. Thank you also, Corey Falcon. Corey says they lost connectivity due to the copper theft. There was something being said about vandalism at the end of the press conference. I didn't catch all of it. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, Corey. I mean, there's an editorial from March in the Jamaica Gleaner that talks about theft of copper cables from telecoms networks. Oops, sorry, I was just going to look that up myself. I don't really know the specifics on that. They say that back in the early 2000s, theft of copper cables from telecoms networks was rampant in Jamaica. There is a new spate of cable thefts in the 2020s. Again, I don't know the specifics if it was mentioned during the press briefing. Thank you, Corey Falcon. Excuse me. Here's that live shot again, by the way, of Kingston Harbor. Oh, Jonah Katz mentioned the Recon aircraft. I was going to check on that as well. Thanks for reminding me, Jonah. So the aircraft NOAA 2, we want to keep an eye on that. Hey, there it is, NOAA 42. Look, hey, look, it's the, on Flight Radar 24, guys. Look at this. There is the new Hurricane Hunter that is just showed. I mean, it's newly there. The most tracked flight on Flight Radar 24. That is going to take measurements, and we're going to see what kind of measurements is that storm going to get, is that plane going to get as it goes through the more severe, the more intense parts of the hurricane. The official numbers were pressure 941 and winds 145 miles an hour in the last update. Look at that scary looking satellite from tropicaltidbits.com. You can go and check it out there. So what this plane is getting closer, and we will keep an eye on the measurements that it takes. You can also keep an eye on those at tropicaltidbits.com. Oh, it actually, it says en route right now. It still says en route. Flight path. You can go check this out on, you can't even see it. On flight, on, oopsie, sorry. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Where is this? Where was I? Here. Check it out on tropicaltidbits.com. But we're keeping an eye on this, and we're waiting for it to get some of the observations from the most intense part of the storm. It doesn't say it says en route still, not in storm. Snowkeeper says, how do they shelter even a quarter of 2.8 million people? Yeah, I'm very interested in seeing what those aircraft recon numbers are. Let's take a look at the radar as well. You know what? Let me also show you a bigger version of the satellite imagery too. It's really scary. So it's the same image, but just on the left you can see it in more big form. I mean, that's a really scary looking storm. National Hurricane Center talked about how impressive the satellite presentation was in their last update. Jazzy Renee says, how does it look so perfect? I mean, it's really scary. Look at this. Thanks, Corey. Excuse me. Excuse me. Corey said they lost they said vandalism, copper theft in the press conference. Sorry, I drank some water, I think, and I drank it the wrong way. Excuse me. Sorry. Eventually that'll stop. Thank you again, Corey Falcon, for your support. Where's the radar here? Here. Now that goes up to 2010. I'm going to have to refresh this, I think. Oh no. I'm going to leave it playing. So there's the radar from Jamaica, a little bit behind, about a half hour behind, at the end. And you can see on that radar those heavier bands starting to pass across southeastern Jamaica there. Only Cowboy says would be nice if it stayed west a bit, then cut up north. The new GFS model came out, and it had it not missing Jamaica. Here is the new, from Tropical Tidbits, I'll show you the GFS model. Forecast models, oops, let's try this again. Forecast models, GFS. This is the new one that just ran, or is running. But, so look down here, and it's kind of hard to see, but what you can see is, I think there's another way to look at this. It still has it crossing right over the it doesn't have it missing the island to the west. Still has it crossing over. Where is the... Isn't there a way I can see it such that you're actually following the storm itself? I thought there was something where I could see it where you're close up on the storm. I mean, some of them just display that way, like the HWRF. I thought there was a way I could see this one. But what you can see is, from Tropical Tidbits, they have it. This is the latest GFS model run, and it's going over maybe a little more western the part of the island, but it's still going over the island. That's not good. Go to Hurricane tab. Well, that says, oh, there it is. Hey, I didn't realize it was there. Thank you. That's exactly right. Whoever said go to Hurricane tab, that's what we were looking for. Is that it? Right here? There it is. No, that's not it. Here, I'll get it. You are right. GFS Melissa. There, that's what I wanted. Thank you. Thank you. Trajan Schmidt. Thanks, Trajan. So look, here is the new GFS model run, which is one of the most important models. And you see it. What am I looking at? Oh, there's Jamaica there. Hold on. Let me get the stuff off the screen for you. This is from Tropical Tidbits. So there's Jamaica. See, there's Jamaica right there. There it is. Let's slowly play this forward and see what happens. So it keeps going west, and it strengthens, and then now the pressure is a bit off because it's the starting date is a bit old. But regarding the direction, you can see it has the storm passing over. It's kind of hard to see there, but it has it passing over the western part of the country. It certainly does not have it missing to the west, kind of center west. Yeah, I mean, there it is right there. There you can see. It's kind of hard to see, but there's the outline of Jamaica, and it's clearly not missing it to the west. In a way, it's the worst of both worlds if something like that happens, because you're getting a direct hit, but you're far enough west that a lot of the island is getting, major rainfall, right? And you're going to get storm surge. I mean, if it got a direct hit, but it was all the way on the east side of the island, at least it'd be less bad from there west. But this way, you're getting a direct hit, and you're getting a lot of that rainfall especially to the east on the island. So we'll see what happens. I mean, but this is the latest GFS model run here. Jazzy Renee says surge and direct hit. Briar Hopper says nasty side right over Kingston. Kingston is, just so you know, Kingston is here. It's on the water. On there's Jamaica right here, on the eastern side of the island. Thank you, Sevenfold 777. I appreciate that, Sevenfold. CC says I have a bad gut feeling about this storm. Now, how about the It looks like, for whatever it's worth, I think we lost radar coverage of the NOAA 42 plane. I'm not seeing it on Flight Radar 24 right now, but I bet we have data at Tropical Tidbits. It is in the storm. Hey guys, this is really big. The newly arrived Hurricane Hunter is in the storm right now, and we're gonna get readings. So, just to show you here, right now it's like at the edge of the storm. If you look here, look at the bottom. The plane you can barely see the plane at the bottom, but the storm it's on like the northwest edge of the storm. So that's not going to tell us the maximum wind speed and the lowest pressure, but it is taking readings. Now, how does it normally work when it flies through? So like the last one showed up. It looks like it gets to the center pretty quick. I think it's going to head to the center. That's what it seems like from the last one. So my guess is that in a short time it'll turn towards the center and kind of fly towards the center. And then we got to see what are those numbers going to be when it goes through. So we're waiting for that. So it looks like, I'm guessing that those numbers will be incorporated. Well, if it gets, I don't know. Will it get to the central part of the storm in time to incorporate those numbers into the next National Hurricane Center update? Thank you, W. Ross, our new member. Thank you, Big Dog Gaming, for your support. I really appreciate it. Big Dog Gaming, thank you. Also, Ash P10, thanks for subscribing. Thanks, Qbat, for gifting a subscription to Airfryer. Distant Galaxy says, any reporting what's happening on the ground in terms of evacuations and preparing? We literally just played a half an hour. I think we played about 40 minutes About 15 minutes ago, I was taking a dinner break, and we played about 40 minutes of the press conference from the Jamaican authorities. And then earlier in the broadcast, we played the other half hour of it. But it was said in the press conference that a lot of people had not wanted to evacuate yet, and they might order mandatory evacuations. I think they said that they had sent buses out to evacuate people, and very few people took the buses. CC says about 31 people went on the bus, everyone declined. I think that was something like that was said. So if you missed it, you can rewind the stream and watch. Again, we played the first half earlier, and then about 15, 20 minutes ago, we played the second half of that local press conference where the different officials spoke. The recon plane seems to be getting more into the storm. You can see right there. See how it's in the clouds now. This is a top-down it's the plot of the plane on top of a satellite shot, looking top-down. Now we're starting to get some data in from the plane, but again, we're waiting to, this pressure is going to be a lot lower once it gets into the more central part of the storm. So waiting to see in the coming minutes, maybe, what those numbers are going to be from the new plane that has shown up there. Hang on one second here. Appreciate everybody joining the stream. Is the plane maybe on ADSB Exchange? Let's see. I'm checking ADSB Exchange flight tracker, and I do not see the plane on either Flight Radar 24 or ADSB Exchange. I can input the position on Google Maps maybe and show you where it is. Okay, there it is. So here, for whatever it's worth, that is where the plane is right now, according to Tropical Tidbits. That is where the plane is, where that red marker is. So given that the center of the storm is, you can see where the storm is on the Tropical Tidbits satellite shot, which is like right around here. So it needs to measure what's going on more in the middle. It's got to move over a little bit to the east, the plane. But that is where the plane is, according to Tropical Tidbits data. Dogfather says it will fly right through the middle of the eye. Jeff Duritis says it is insane this storm will be in the general area like 3 days later. They are in trouble. Pierre Dubois says landslides are expected for sure. Yes, indeed. What is the new aircraft recon going to show? One of our viewers mentioned the pink on the satellite. The pink is the coldest cloud tops. That satellite is showing you the temperature of the cloud tops. The colder it is, the stronger the storm is generally. And purple pink is the coldest. And we are seeing that pop up. Michael Hutchinson thinks it could reach winds over 200 miles an hour. Thank you, Michael. I believe I read last night that the biggest wind speed in the Atlantic Basin ever is 190, I think, for a storm. This is forecast to get to 160 right now. Hurricane Allen in 1980 had the highest ever sustained wind speed in the Atlantic Basin at 190 miles an hour. The Atlantic Basin, from what I understand from looking online, is basically the Atlantic Ocean, the North Atlantic Ocean, Caribbean Sea, and Gulf of Mexico. Where is the plane? We're waiting for the plane to get closer to the center of the storm. It is in the storm. What will happen is, when it gets close to the center, see how it says, the red line says extrapolated pressure and it's around like 1,000? Well, it'll probably be around, what, 940 or something? You will see that drop. Thank you, Michael Hutchinson. He mentioned Hurricane Patricia. Wikipedia says Hurricane Patricia had max sustained winds of 2. That was in the Pacific, to the west of Mexico. That was in 2015. It had max sustained winds of 215. The most intense tropical cyclone on record in the Western Hemisphere. Sandy Doggo thinks it's Category 5 now. Stephen Payton says 160 is as bad as 200. For Jamaica, it's not going to make much difference. The damage, sadly, will be overwhelming. Says, I pray that I'm wrong. Ooh, hold on. You know what? I have 2 versions of this. Oh, we should be fine here. Our viewer Witsy says this is going to be very bad. They don't have the infrastructure to handle something like this. Oh, the news update. We have an aircraft recon update. Look at this from Tropical Tidbits. The plane has turned towards the center. You can see it right here. Look at this. You can see it on your screen. The plane came down from the north, and now it has turned toward the center. So you're looking at a top-down satellite shot of the storm, but the plane is moving towards the center of the storm. So we will see soon what the reading is. It's amazing that this is available thanks to tropicaltidbits.com. You can go there and see it yourself. Dirt Diver says, what a wild ride that must be. Bruce McElmore says, can't imagine being in that plane. All right, so soon we should have some more readings, from closer to the center. We'll see. Is there a chance it weakens until landfall further? It's supposed to maybe fluctuate some, but it's supposed to make landfall as at least a high Category 4. That's at least what the forecast says. Oh, it looks like they changed the camera. Maybe they changed the lens or something. Will the plane be above the storm? You know, I don't know what height the plane flies at. I don't know. I can look it up. I am seeing Google AI says some aircraft like the NOAA P-3 Orion and Air Force WC-130J are designed to fly directly into the hurricane's eye. They fly through the storm. Yes, National Weather Service has an article about it. I'm looking at it right now. Right here. I'll show you. Flying through the eye of the storm. Hurricane hunters fly specially equipped aircraft directly into the eye of the storm. The pilots are trained to fly through the worst storms. They fly through an environment nearly every other plane in the world will never encounter. I'll post a link to this article from the National Weather Service. The flight crew is normally given 48 hours of notice for a flight. It takes a significant amount of preparation to deploy a full crew to a variety of international locations. Crew work and sleep schedules often need to be adjusted to ensure each member is adequately rested for the launch. Purple Cat Audio says called punching through the eye wall. Let's see. Let's go back to Tropical Tidbits here. It's the latest there. It has not gotten to the center yet. Thanks, Michael Hutchinson. Michael thinks it'll be 180 miles an hour in the 917 in the next update. That would be an enormous strengthening time. It's 145 in the last update. Michael, that would be enormous strengthening. We'll have to see, though. We'll have to see. I can do this. I'll do a poll question. Will it be Cat 5 in the next update? Which would have to basically be 160 because they do multiples of 5. It's currently 145 miles an hour. Jamaica is about 150 miles wide. All right, quick poll time. See what you guys think. Will the next update have it as a Cat 5? Scary either way. Let's see. Over on YouTube, about 2/3 of the people think it will be a Cat 5 in the next update in about 45 minutes. Well, so I was kind of assuming that the next update will have some data from the plane, but it might not. So I think people who are voting on the idea is the next update. I mean, assuming there's new data and not that they don't have enough data to really change it. So, on Twitch, it's very similar. 67% on Twitch, 70% on YouTube. Really? That'd be a huge leap for 3 hours. Kat says, if not now, probably in next 12 hours. Nini says we're voting on the pink. Core Puncher thinks NHC is very conservative, and once you go Cat 5, hard to bring back down even if data shows some weakening. Core Puncher thinks they will go just below Cat 5. Thanks for voting in our poll, by the way. Let me hit refresh here. Oh, there's more data coming in. More data is coming in. It is, look at the plane. It's right near the eye. Breaking news. The plane is right near the eye. Wow. Look at that. Let's see the data. This is from tropicaltidbits.com. So, yeah, I mean, we don't have enough data yet. It says pressure 992. So that we're going to get more readings with a lower pressure and higher wind. So we have to wait. We have to wait a little longer. We got to wait a little longer. But maybe the next time it updates, we'll have some readings from right around the center. I'm going to keep hitting refresh. John Fletcher says right side strongest. Yeah, maybe it'll need to get after the eye to get the strongest readings. I'm not sure. Yeah, some of our viewers like Wickedest Witch and who else mentioned it to me? Veritas. We talked about this before. Matthew Capucci, who's a weather expert, said he's flying on the Hurricane Hunter mission tonight. Let's refresh this here. Refresh. Nope, it hasn't updated. We're waiting for the next update. I think the next update from the aircraft we could have some very revealing data when we get the next update from the aircraft. Whenever that comes in, I'll keep refreshing here at Tropical Tidbits. Joe Bishop thinks so. Thanks, Jay, our new member. Or thanks, Jay, our member. Yeah, our new member. Thank you, Jay. Also, Michael Hutchinson. He thinks at least 170 mile an hour winds and 920 pressure. That would be enormous. That would be an enormous increase, Michael. Michael thinks it's going to be a big increase, big strengthening. Nope, we're just waiting for, again, the next update. We should be getting a lot more information. We are refreshing. Look at that on the satellite, though. Crazy. All we can do is refresh right now. I don't know how often the info comes in from the plane. Maybe it's 10 minutes, because on the top right it says latest 10 minutes of observations. The last one was from 8 minutes ago. So maybe in just a couple minutes. Drifting hooks, I went to flight radar before and we saw it, and then we didn't see it anymore. Is it there again? I'll have to check, but we checked a little while ago and it wasn't there. Oh, we got the camera back from on the ground in Kingston. Hey guys, look. It's the Kingston camera we got from See Jamaica via Reuters. Probably turn on the volume. Can you hear anything or not? I don't think they have the sound on for this camera right now. I'm not hearing anything. Are you? Are you hearing anything? I'm not hearing anything. It had sound earlier. I think it just, the actual shot doesn't have the sound on it. I can ask about it though. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. Wait. No, I'm not hearing anything. Anyways, let's go back and refresh. Let's refresh the this. Still nothing. Any moment now we'll get more data from the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. There is a view of Kingston. Stacy Shin says getting breezy. No new data yet from the plane. We're waiting for the new plane data. Let's make sure I don't have the page. I don't think I have the page muted. Nope. I'm going to ask about the sound. Give me 1 second. One moment here. One moment. Okay. Do we have a plane data update? Let's see. I'm going to refresh right now. Refresh. No. No plane update yet. We're waiting for the next plane data update. Thank you, Original Ace, who recommends WeatherWise. Some of our other viewers like that as well. I can only show stuff. I can only show stuff from sites where I have the rights to show it or the permission to show it. I might have to check that out on my own later. Thanks so much to Original Ace. Thank you. Thanks, Aaron, our member. Still waiting for the new data from the Hurricane Hunter. We're just waiting. I'll go back in a second. Let's look at some more of Kingston. Danny Bork says unwaitable. Any moment now, we should be getting the new data from the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. I'm just hitting refresh. I just asked about getting the audio back on this shot. I don't know if there's no audio anymore, or maybe we can get it back. But at the moment, there's no audio on it. Again, waiting for the new data, which might have I'm anticipating getting the latest wind and pressure data about this storm. The last batch of data was right before it went into the eye area. Maybe it takes a while to get the data because they can't get the data out when it's flying through the eye. I don't know. Zambo says most of the cams do not have audio. This one did. The cam we were looking at had audio before. People are seeing data? Where are people seeing data? Where are you guys seeing data? Because I haven't seen it yet. Some people are saying they're seeing data in the chat. Oh, it updated. It just updated right now. It just updated. It updated 932.4. Right there. Doesn't that say 932.4? Right? So the pressure is down to 932 from 941? I guess. Right there. Isn't that 932.4? How about the wind? I have flight level wind speed, but I don't have, so look at the chart here, the graph. You can see the red is pressure, 932. Now this says flight level wind. See, it's not, the hurricane speed is not calculated, the hurricane strength is not calculated from flight level wind. I think it's about like 10 meters off the ground. It's basically surface level wind is what you're looking for. Now, I guess maybe you can extrapolate from the flight level wind. I don't know how to do that. That's flight level wind. That is not surface level wind. They do have a technology that can estimate the surface wind speed, but there's no estimate posted here yet. But the pressure appears to be 932.4. They got a pressure reading. And Again, that would be the last update. It was 941. Core Puncher thinks they were not in the center yet. I also don't, I don't even know. Well, the wind certainly, the wind changed direction, right? So you can see the wind is blowing from, this direction and then the opposite direction. So they did get through the center in the sense of they got past the wind change, and that's where you saw the biggest reading, is right in the middle. The two smallest pressure readings are right where the wind changes direction, right in the center there. I mean, maybe they could have moved further north or south, I don't know, but you can see the flags representing the wind direction go 180 degrees different, basically. And then the farther away you get from that, the pressure goes up. April says, I wanted to visit Jamaica. I would enjoy visiting there too, but this is going to be disastrous, it looks like. So again, seems like the pressure, let me check what some weather experts are saying. I'm sure they're looking at this. But it does look like the pressure may have dropped from 941 to 932. Wow. Oh, Christopher says the plane updates are 20 minutes apart. Thank you, Christopher Sievers. I appreciate that, Christopher. Thank you. Thanks for your support. I wonder in the next update if we'll get an estimated wind speed reading. We should eventually get estimated wind speed. Does it say in the National Hurricane Center last update what the flight level wind speed was? Let's see. Forecast discussion. They said that they got, I don't even know. The last fix had peak 700 millibar flight level winds of only 129 knots. We'll have to wait and see. Again, the latest Hurricane Hunter data suggests that had a reading of 932.4 for the pressure. Now they might not say the pressure is 932.4, but I assume, given that how much lower that is than 941, it looks like we're still strengthening. Danimal says in the raw dated, the flight level wind speed was about 129. Yeah, it looks like that. I'm looking at the graph, but again, I can't extrapolate from that to the surface level wind speed. So we'll have to wait and see. Tempestuous thinks that, or you'd have to get around to 920 for a Cat 5. Going Crabbin thinks Cat 5 is generally 920 pressure and below. But that is not gospel. It takes wind time to react. Take time for winds to react to pressure changes, says Going Crabbin. Jonah thinks the next... Oh, by the way, we're going to get an update very soon. I forgot. Thanks, Jonah. Jonah thinks it's going to be 150 miles an hour and 932 pressure. So very shortly, we'll be getting a new, not a full update from the NHC, but the intermediate update. But I assume they will incorporate that data from the Hurricane Hunter in their new numbers. So we'll see if they adjust the wind speed and the pressure. Oh. The U.S. Pacific Fleet announced something. Sorry. I saw a little of this before, and then AZ Intel mentioned it to me. So I wanted to mention this. Okay, I want to give you a little update about something. Hang on. I'm going to give you an update about something. An unrelated story. This is really weird, kind of a weird story. So, the U.S. Pacific Fleet says, again, let me just interrupt for a second and show you this. Thanks to B&O News and AZ Intel for posting about it. They say on October 20, CSG 11 recovers 5 crew members from downed aircraft. 2 downed aircraft. South China Sea. On October 26th, today, at approximately 2:45 p.m. local time, a U.S. Navy MH-60R Seahawk helicopter assigned to the Battle Cats of Helicopter Maritime Strike Squadron 73 went down in the waters of the South China Sea while conducting routine operations from the aircraft carrier USS Nimitz. Search and rescue assets from the carrier strike group safely recovered all 3 crew members. Then about a half hour later, an FA-18F Super Hornet fighter assigned to the Fighting Redcocks of Strike Fighter Squadron VFA-22 also went down in the waters of the South China Sea while conducting routine operations from the Nimitz. Both crew members successfully ejected and were also safely recovered. All personnel are safe and in stable condition. The cause of both incidents is currently under investigation. Within a half hour of each other. Some of our viewers said fishy. I don't know. I mean, that's within a half hour of each other from the same aircraft carrier. 1 plane and 1 helicopter. And both while conducting routine operations. It's not like they were stress testing them or something, I guess. Stacy says bad jet fuel. I have no idea. I mean, I don't know enough about it to draw conclusions of it. Knowing nothing about it, it seems odd to me that it's a plane and a helicopter both going down within a half hour of each other, both conducting routine operations. The personnel involved are all safe and in stable condition. Mem Missy says, very strange. I don't know what the weather was there. We're waiting. Any moment now, we should be getting the new National Hurricane Center update in the next 17 minutes, but it might be sooner than that. Might be soon. It really could happen any time now. So we're keeping an eye out. Remember, previously in the last update, this was a Cat 4 with 145 mile an hour max sustained winds, pressure at 941. The new aircraft recon data, which we saw in Tropical Tidbits, measured a pressure of 932.4. We have more data now, more data for you, more data from the Hurricane Hunter. Now, it's flying further away. The pressure isn't any lower than it was before because it's flying further away from the center. I'm not seeing any... I don't see any really new wind data. I don't know if this is not... SFMR is a technology they can use to estimate surface wind speed, but I don't see any of those readings here. It looks like they got a flight level wind speed of around 129, but that's similar to the last plane, I think. So I don't know. Anyways, the first pass, it's gone through. You can see it went through the eye, went through the middle for its first pass. Now, I think it'll do one or two more passes. Oh, Weatherman Jackson thinks the SFMR isn't working. Maybe that's what's happened. Maybe the SFMR is just not working because there's no data from it. Enter a name says that's what it looks like. So we're waiting to see if that information might perhaps lead to an adjustment, lead to new numbers from National Hurricane Center in the next few minutes. By the way, Lucas Tomlinson from Fox News says the aircraft carrier, the Nimitz, from where the plane and helicopter went down within a half hour of each other on routine missions, and the crews were all recovered. Lucas Tomlinson said this is the Nimitz final deployment after being commissioned for more than 50 years. And interestingly, those accidents happened in the South China Sea. And Lucas Tomlinson said, coincidentally, President Trump spent the night in Malaysia, which is located on the southern end of the South China Sea. Still waiting for the next update. Really, any moment now, we should be getting the next update from National Hurricane Center. as we look at, it's not that bad there in Kingston yet. But again, the storm hasn't taken that turn to the north. I mean, technically, right at this moment, technically speaking, the storm is moving farther from Kingston at the moment. But it's going to make that turn north and go back and end up, the forecast says, direct hit on Jamaica. No doorway says ominous flickering light. Seize the day says streets be quiet. Dwayne Pipe says, I spent 18 months on the Nimitz as a flight engineer. Thanks for your service, Dwayne. The pressure in the last update was 941, but it looked like the plane might have read it, got a 932.4 reading. We'll see. Gozi thinks it's moving a little north on the radar. That's what Gozi thinks. I don't know, Gozi. Still waiting for the new 8 p.m. update. No new forecast track expected, but a new numbers about the hurricane. I'm hitting refresh on the National Hurricane Center site. Kitty says the people aren't evacuating. It's going to get dicey. The press briefing today said a lot of people did not most people were not evacuating. They had sent buses, I think today or yesterday, and most people did not take them. Okay, so this does not have sound on it. We had sound earlier. I know we did because I was playing the sound. This was hours ago. When I first got this this shot today, it had sound on it, but it doesn't right now. I confirmed. I'm not missing the sound. It just doesn't have sound. It's muted at the source. Weatherman Jackson said the drops on said 9:33. Hold on. That's what Weatherman Jackson said. Guys, I'm still refreshing. National Hurricane Center. Sometime in the next 9 minutes, they will post the new hurricane data. Hey, thanks so much to Michael Hutchinson. So nice of you. Now, Michael, it's not supposed to stall over Jamaica. It's supposed to get faster as it goes over Jamaica than it is right now. I mean, definitely stalling would be horrible, but it's already moving so slow right now. It's only moving at 5 miles an hour right now. It's supposed to pick up speed as it goes north. Michael thinks it's going to strengthen a lot overnight. Thank you so much. Hey, Michael Hutchinson, that's really nice of you. I really appreciate your support for the channel. Michael Hutchinson. You know, I still don't have the update yet. I'm looking. I'm hitting refresh. I am hitting refresh. Sandy Studner thinks Jamaica can't take a storm this big. Chip Whitley says, very scary eye on this one. Sometime in the next 7 minutes, new numbers. A lot of times they'll come out well before the top of the hour. Hey, AZ Intel's dad, that's so nice of you. Thank you, AZ Intel's dad. I really appreciate that. Thanks so much. Cutie Pie says, praying for my fellow Jamaicans. I'm still hitting refresh, guys. I don't have the new update yet. Maybe this is going to come out close to the top of the hour because they're using this new using the new recon data. Thank you so much, Minnesota Jur, for your support, for being a member. Thank you. Guys, I'm still waiting for the update. One of our viewers said, I'm seeing 937 on the drops on. That's what Bill said. Project Pluto, thank you. The current course has it a bit to the west of the Kingston. So Kingston on the current course would not get a direct hit and would not be right next to the landfall. I have not seen, I don't have a storm surge map in front of me, so I don't know how much storm surge they'd be expected to get given the current track. But they're definitely in the 20 plus inches of rainfall range. After we get the new update, I'll show you the track again. Thanks to Purple Cat Audio, our member. And thanks again to Project Pluto. I really appreciate that. But there's, right now with the track, there's a bit of distance between Kingston and the actual landfall. Normally we would have the update by now, but they're waiting till the top of the hour. It is any moment now, new update. Let's just do this. Let's look at this. Right here. I'm going to start hitting refresh. Miss Carr says there is a scary stillness here. As Anonymous says, he says, I am hitting refresh. Thank you so much, Bunny. Bunny says, my heart is with Jamaicans. Thank you, Bunny. I very much appreciate that. Thanks for shouting out our moderators as well. Much appreciated. And your fellow chatters. Bunny shouted out Bunny's fellow chatters. That's very nice of you. Thanks, I Love Reading, our member too. Thank you, I Love Reading. "90 seconds till the top of the hour." Normally we would have the update by now, but we don't. Oh, we have it right now. Okay, look what happened. The pressure is 933. Now the max sustained wind is 145, but I wonder if that's because they don't have new data on it. As I mentioned, on the current recon flight, we were not getting the estimated wind speed, surface wind data that we usually would get from one of these flights. Some of our viewers think that it's broken on the plane. I don't know. But they did update the pressure. That's a significant drop from 3 hours ago, 941 to 933. And that's right around where we saw the pressure read was taken on the aircraft recon. So I don't know if that 145 is just because they don't have good enough new data about the wind speed at the surface. If you look right here, normally what would happen, that red line is the pressure. You can see the red line went down to about 932 and a half. But normally up here you would have the SFMR surface wind speed calculation from the SFMR equipment on board. There's nothing there. So I don't know that they, let's see if they released any kind of a update, text update. Yeah, they did. Life-threatening and catastrophic flash flooding and landslides expected in portions of Jamaica and southern Hispaniola through midweek, with hurricane-force winds likely to begin tomorrow. At 8 a.m., the eye was located near latitude 16.4, longitude 77.3 west. It is moving toward the west near 5 miles an hour. A slow westward motion is expected tonight, followed by a turn to the north and to the northeast Monday and Tuesday. The core of Melissa is expected to move over Jamaica on Tuesday, across southeastern Cuba Tuesday night, and across the southeastern Bahamas on Wednesday. Max sustained winds are near 145. Additional intensification is forecast over the next day or so, followed by fluctuations in intensity. It is expected to be a powerful major hurricane when making landfall. Tropical storm conditions are likely occurring in Jamaica, with hurricane conditions expected to begin by Monday. Looks like similar rainfall forecast, 15 to 30 inches for portions of Jamaica, and additional rainfall of 8 to 16 inches for southern Hispaniola, with local storm total maxima of 40 inches possible. Storm surge peak 9 to 13 feet, along the south coast of Jamaica late Monday through Tuesday morning, near and to the east of where the center of Melissa makes landfall. So again, we didn't see an adjustment in the wind speed for this update, but we saw a big adjustment in the pressure from 941 down to 933, which means it's strengthening. And it's possible that that wind is more than 145 now too. It is a healthy category 4 and it's strengthening. Andy says it's going to be a slow mover if it's taking 2 days to go to over that small island. Well, it hasn't even turned to the north yet, but it is not a fast hurricane right now, 5 miles an hour. So basically, hang on a second here. Michael Lowry said the Hurricane Hunter has not yet scanned the strongest northeast side yet. Now maybe it'll do that next pass. Oh, look at this, guys. So look. So there's the Hurricane Hunter on Tropical Tidbits. So how's it going to do this? So what's it going to do? Is it going to go up here and then go across? I think maybe now it's looking at the northeast side. So I think look, if you look over here, is it going to basically, it's time for me to get my pen out. I think it's going to do something like this. Is it going to go like here and then across like that? Is that what it's going to do? To be or not says they fly in an X pattern. No, they don't do map updates every 3 hours normally, only every 6 hours. Zaba thinks further north. Anyways, that'll take a little while. It's going to take a little while, but they're going to, over the coming hour or whatever, it'll do another pass. It's got to go more north, and then it's got to turn, and it's got to go towards the middle. But an expert, I think it was Michael Lowry, who I follow, said he expected that the strongest would be the northeast quadrant. JDF soldiers in Jamaica. Yeah, just so people know when the next update is. The next update is supposed to be at hang on. In almost 3 hours. Oh, I was just going to show you guys. We haven't even looked at this is the, it's really crazy on satellite. This is the Tropical Tidbits satellite, bigger version there. But basically, it's supposed to travel more west tonight, and then tomorrow sometime make that turn to the north. So right now you can see it's just traveling due west. Here is the forecast track, by the way. What did I do? What did I do? Where is the track? Where is it? There it is. That's the forecast track. So you can see right there, that location is 2 a.m. Eastern. Right there is 2 a.m. Eastern. So according to this, it's going to just keep going west until 2 a.m. Eastern. Then it starts turning north. And that would be 2 p.m. Eastern. Right there is 2 p.m. Eastern, Monday. And that's 2 a.m. Tuesday. And that's 2 p.m. Tuesday. According to that track, the landfall is what, Tuesday morning sometime? It's going to turn north just because that it's determined by the weather going on around it, and the different high pressure and low pressure systems and the winds that result from that. So this is going to be, starting. That's about that turn is about roughly 2 in the afternoon. So it looks like, starting tomorrow, it's going to start moving more north. Even right there is, when is this? Is that 2 a.m.? Yeah, that's 2 a.m. So the problem is that's 2 a.m., that's in 6 hours or whatever. But when it starts moving north, you're going to get that heavy rainfall, those bands moving on to shore. And it's just going to be kind of slowly moving north for like a day and a half. Or a day and a half, and then eventually moving over. And the rainfall, as we saw before, is really disastrous looking. Look at that, if you haven't seen it. The majority of Jamaica is in either 20 to 30 inches or 30 plus inches territory. You can see on the left there. One of our viewers said, sadly impending disaster. That's what Macro Geek said. Music Muse says, all of that pink. Nina says, wow, it is really slow. Max storm surge right now is projected for 9 to 13 feet. There's no storm surge map I have seen yet. So a couple things we're waiting for. There is the satellite there from tropicaltidbits.com. eventually this plane, so there's the plane there. So this plane is going to turn eventually and go back through the middle. And when it goes through the middle, we're going to get more data. So I'm interested to see what that looks like. That's going to be in a little bit. It already turned? Okay, I mean, well, we don't have the data for it turning. What did you see it on flight radar? Hang on. It was off flight radar before. Is it back on flight radar? Oh, there it is. It did turn. We can see it on flight radar. There it is. It is heading towards the eye again. So we'll have to see what data it gets when it goes across that eye again. It is at about 10,000 feet, going about ground speed 333. You can see it moving. See it moving. Look, it's moving. Look at that. Wonder if we do 3D view. Do you see the clouds or not? No, the clouds don't really come up in the... Oh, are these clouds? I think we kind of are seeing the clouds in 3D view. Anyways. Looks to me like it maybe has about 20 minutes to get to the center or something like that. So I think what I'm going to do, I probably should stay on. I should probably have the stream on until the 11 o'clock update. That's what I think I'm going to do, have the stream on. But I might take another quick break here. We've been on for a while. And I'm sure we're going to be on a bunch tomorrow. But I kind of feel like we should at least get tonight the 11 p.m. update. That's a ways away, though. That's 2 hours and 45 minutes away. I could also stay on until the plane goes past the eye. There's not much. I mean, at this point, we're not, in terms of the actual impact on Jamaica, it's going to get much worse. But it hasn't made that north turn yet. There's Kingston. Hang on a second here. Here's the radar, by the way. Is the radar still having issues? Why am I not? I think I'm gonna have to refresh the radar. Seems to be having. Oh, the radar. Too many requests. Oh no, the Jamaica radar. Too many requests. Too many people are trying to use the Jamaica radar. Guys, too many requests for the radar. Thing is, that's where to get the radar, because it's not on like it's not on Radar Omega. You can get it. The government has a radar site though, but I mean, I guess everybody's trying to go to it. Okay, here's what I think we're going to do. Here's what I think I'm going to do. So we've been covering this for a while. The thing is, I'd like to be able to give an update. I don't know how much it's going to strengthen. But, I mean, it's supposed to, for hours, for the coming several hours, just keep moving west. It's not moving north. It's moving west. One of our viewers thinks it's wobbling a little south. Maybe it is wobbling a little south. I don't know. Maybe it took a little wobble in the last few minutes. Wobbles do happen. Hold on a second here. I'm just trying to plan out here. Trying to think about what I'm doing here. Let's see. What should I do? I think we're going to do this. Here's what we're going to do. So, given that the current forecast, which you can see on the screen there, it says that it's going to go due west. Basically, that's 2 a.m. there, and it has it basically going due west until 2 a.m. and eventually making a turn, in the early morning hours, starting to make that turn. But for the next several hours, according to the forecast, it's supposed to keep going west. Now, it may strengthen while going west, but it's still going west. I think this is the right time for me to take a break. For me, we could do a late night stream. I can come on and do a late night update. I think that would be more. If it becomes like a Cat 5 or something, I can always come on later and do an update later. But for the next few hours, I think we're basically just looking at the numbers. But it's supposed to just keep moving west. So I think, given that we're going to be covering this a bunch, right? This is, I think, the opportune time to take a break. But I could come on later tonight. So we'll definitely be doing more coverage of this. It's just, given that it's moving to the west, in terms of the actual impact on Jamaica, that's not going to change that much what's actually going on in Jamaica right in the next few hours because of the direction of the storm. I'm going to have to take a break sometime. So let me do that. Let's wrap up this stream. We will have more coverage of this. Who knows? Maybe I'll do a stream later tonight, depending on what happens. But we'll definitely have more coverage. But it's time. It's the right time. So I really appreciate you guys being here for this live stream. And and you can also go to Tropical Tidbits. You can get the satellite at tropicaltidbits.com. The aircraft recon data, I'll be keeping an eye on that. Tropicaltidbits.com. You can go check it out yourself. Go to the National Hurricane Center site as well. But I will post updates too on my X account, which is at Lookner on X. You can follow me there. And if you want to subscribe, follow the channel Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. There could be other big news that we have to cover. Agenda Free TV. Subscribe, follow. And what was I going to say? I would turn on the notifications for the channel. We have our own notification system that will send you a message whenever we're going live so you don't miss a stream. It's free to sign up for the notifications. We do it through Discord. The mods will post a link to the notifications. I owe the mods a thank you. I haven't thanked them for a while. My fault, mods. I'm behind. I'll thank you in a second. But the mods will post the link to the notifications. You can also find the free notifications link on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this broadcast. But more coverage to come. And I really appreciate you guys tuning in. A lot of people have been sending me updates, have been posting comments and questions and letting me read them. So that's really nice of you. I'll do, I'll put this, while we're talking, I'll put this like this. Let you see the camera and the tropicaltidbits.com radar. You can check that out yourself. But really appreciate people, watching and commenting. And we'll have more coverage. Hey, thanks so much to our moderators. You guys are the best. Moderators are amazing. They're the ones keeping the chat, civil and respectful. So thank you. People like Beth Mythical, BZ, thank you. On YouTube and all of our other YouTube mods. On Twitch, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, Riff Tracks, and Surly Dev. Thank you. All of our other Twitch mods. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes, Paul Anderson on Facebook. Thank you. All of our moderators. Thanks to everybody who donated, by the way. I owe a thanks to Mama of 6. That's what allows the channel to exist. That's what allows me to buy news footage, your support. So I really appreciate it. I owe a thank you to Michael Hutchinson for before. Michael says, crazy something so beautiful is so deadly and destructive. Insane how quick and more powerful hurricanes got over the last few years. I hope the trend can reverse. Thank you, Michael Hutchinson, for all your support. That's really nice of you. Also, Tom Lewis, Anna Sweden, and I Love Reading our members, and everybody else I thanked earlier. Also, CC143 on Twitch, Big Dog Gaming on Twitch, Magic Jack, thanks for the gift sub on Twitch, and Anonymous Gifter. Oh, I didn't thank Hi Chewy on Twitch for subscribing. Thanks for subscribing there. Again, I'll be keeping an eye on this. Who knows? We might pop on for a quick update tonight. We'll see. The plane is flying towards the eye right now. You can see it right there. I think it might still be, hold on, you'll see it in a second. I think we still might have to wait for 2 more updates from the plane. It might be 40 minutes before we get the data from the eye or whatever. But I'll be keeping an eye on that. You can go to Tropical Tidbits and get that real-time aircraft recon data. Oopsie. What else was I going to mention? Hey, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. The Agenda Free TV Discord chat. It's free. Check it out. A lot of our viewers like doing that. It's the same link as the link to the free notifications. Thanks so much to our Discord mods for all you do as well. Big shout out to our Discord mods. Another thing is for those on X, if you want to find out when we're going live, another good way to find out is follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post when we're going live. I post updates about the channel there as well. Callie Raven says, remember to pray for the people in Jamaica. Look, I hope everybody I want to say I hope people stay safe, but it's going to be dangerous. So hopefully everybody will follow. Hopefully maybe the storm will somehow surprise and take like a more western, and take a track that's further from Jamaica. How about that? That would be the best thing. But thoughts with everybody in Jamaica and people in other countries that may be severely impacted by this as well. And I hope people stay safe there. And anybody in the area, please just listen to the authorities and what they're suggesting to do, and do it for your own safety. But this is really concerning. Not good. Next couple days. Oh, for those watching on YouTube, another way to find out when we're live, which I would recommend, is turn on our notifications on YouTube. If you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, go to I'll show you. You can, if you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, subscribe to the channel and click the bell and choose all notifications. Again, subscribe, click the bell, choose all notifications. If you are subscribed already, make sure you've clicked the bell and chosen all notifications. Thanks also to our Facebook subscribers so much, like Sharon Klassen Goslin and Robert Rial II and Chuck Mosca, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes, Jennifer Ellers. All of our subscribers on Facebook, thanks for supporting the channel. On Twitch, our subscribers over there like Wall Street and Shaggy and Gina Pina. Big Ball of Yarn, Sarah, Matthew Kohai 3, Jack's Animals, Da Bears, Bucks on Top, Billy Joe, Barcodable, thank you, Enlightening Fart. Thanks to all of our Artful Nothings. Thanks to all of our Twitch subscribers. Hang on. Also, thanks to all of our YouTube members. Like CAC813, Jonathan Sharp, Eric Johnson, Babs, J.K. Senar, Michael Avery, Patricia Grace, Bunny, Confidence in God, Brian Birch, Mama of Six, thanks for being members, J.K. Senar, Michael Avery, Michael Hutchinson, Eric Johnson, Robert Glinka. Thanks to all of our members and everybody else watching. Hoagie. In Jamaica, it is 7:30 Eastern Time. Our viewer, Orange Man Good, says, I want eye data. Well, it'll be posted in the coming, I guess, half hour or so, probably, from... oh, we got new data. Hold on. Look at this, guys. We're not wrapping up yet. This has happened faster than I thought. For those who stuck around, look at this. The plane made good progress. So the next update, I think I have to stay until the next update from the plane just to get you that data, because it's basically at the eye. So we will get, I think the next plane update will get the low pressure reading from the plane. So basically waiting to see what pressure reading this plane gets on the way through. We got to wait till the next one. I can't not wait for it, right? We got to see. I feel like that one was quite quicker than 20 minutes. I feel like we gotta wait and see what the pressure reading is from the center of the storm. So I'll sit and wait until we get that. You can actually see right here on Tropical Tidbits, they show you the plane path and where it is dropping. These dropsons are these expendable weather detection devices, but it also shows you the general path it's taken. So we saw it fly in from the north, we saw it go across from west to east, now we're seeing it go down from northeast to southwest. But I mean, at this point, I got to give it a couple more minutes to see what that reading, the pressure reading, will be from this pass through. Unfortunately, it might be broken, but we don't. For this plane, we are not getting the SFMR equipment giving us the estimate of the surface wind speed. Thank you, Truth and Honor. I will have to look that up, Truth and Honor. Thanks so much for your support. And for the heads up, Truth and Honor. I haven't seen that myself, Truth and Honor. We're going to wait for the next update from the plane. It's really scary looking on the satellite. Michael Avery thinks it's going to be 919. That would be a huge drop in the pressure. The Jamaica radar page still says too many requests. Now, according to Flight Radar 24, the plane has already gone through the eye. I guess there's a delay between when it goes through and when we get the data on tropicaltidbits.com. But you can see the plane on Flight Radar 24 right there. And it has gone through that eye for a second time. But that's real-time data on Flight Radar 24. As soon as I see the data, I will let you know. Bonus coverage. We're staying on for that aircraft recon data. We're staying on for it. Truth and Honor, I have not found that report you mentioned anywhere. Somebody sent me webcams. Thank you. I can't just take any webcam from the web. I can only show you the stuff I have the rights to show you. Do we have new data yet? Waiting for the new data from the plane. Still, the data is not in yet. We're doing bonus coverage, waiting for the data from the plane from this next pass through the eye. Any moment now, we should be getting the new plane data. Truth WSYF thinks it'll be 930. The official pressure, 933. I'm refreshing. Toilet brush thinks it'll be 931.7. As Juliana Martin says, when the pressure goes down means the storm is getting stronger. Thanks, Truth and Honor. Truth and Honor, I looked for that and I didn't see it. I looked where you're saying. I'll have to look again. Oh, no, you said Elk County, not Elko County. You said Elk, not Elko. That's what confused me. I'll have to look it up. Thank you, Truth and Honor. I appreciate it. Also, Callie Raven from Denmark. That's so nice of you, Callie Raven. I really appreciate it. Thanks for your support. Callie Raven. Also, Callie Raven. Oops. Do we have... It looks like 9:37. We have new information, and hold on, am I reading this right? New breaking news from the plane. 931.7. 931.7. Now, I don't know that you can read. That doesn't necessarily mean that they'll say the pressure is 931.7. The official pressure is 933. There was a reading on the first pass-through, which was 932.4. And on the next pass-through, they have just gotten a 931.7. That doesn't mean they'll say the pressure is 931.7. But there you go. This says 937. I don't know why it says that. That's probably from before. Anyways, the pressure is 9. Was that from one of the drop songs? I'm not sure. I just don't know. Anyways, you can actually see on this graph here. See the graph? The first pass through, the pressure got down to 932.4. And that red here is the 931.7. So Mom of Six says still dropping. I put it this way. I'm not a weather expert, but the pressure reading was not so different than the last pass, is what I'm saying. Which was like, what, an hour and a half ago or something? Also, the radar seems to be having an issue over on, or the satellite on, here, I just refreshed it, sorry. There's your, oh, no, satellites maybe having an issue on tropicaltidbits.com. There it is. All right. Again, the last pass through, there was a reading of 932.4. David Lett says SFMR is still down. Yes, on this plane we are unfortunately not getting estimates of surface level wind speed from SFMR technology. All right, look, I said my good nights for this stream. I said goodbye to everybody. Thank the mods. Thank you for watching. But I did a little bonus coverage so we could get that data from that next pass. You can find that data at tropicaltidbits.com. I'm guessing that plane might do one more pass through the middle at some point. But I am going to wrap up this stream. We may come on later tonight. We'll definitely have more coverage of this storm. I'll see how things play out. I'm going to take a little bit a break right now. But we will have more coverage for you, and keep an eye on this. And it's going to be getting worse after as the storm eventually sometime tomorrow makes that turn, maybe early tomorrow makes that turn north and northeast and starts getting closer to Jamaica. And it's forecast to hit Jamaica as a strong Category 4 or even possibly a static Category 5 hurricane. And most of the island, the majority of the island right now is forecast to get 20 or more inches of rain. As crazy as that sounds. So never mind, 9 to 13 feet of storm surge possible in some places. That is it for right now. Thank you for watching. We will have more coverage of this. I'm going to take a break right now, but we'll have more coverage. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news updates right here at Agenda Free TV.